when you lack direction, you'll kind of latch on to anything. And a lot of the things that they're latching onto are the popular stereotypes. So you ask a lot of young men, what do you want to be? What do you want to do? What did they say? I want to be a rapper. I want to be a ball player, right?
I would say, you know, when I come on here, we always talk about social determinants of health. And so for me, it is what else is happening in their environment that is exacerbating whatever challenge is already there.
What is up, everybody? It's Dr. Vibe here, host and producer of the award-winning Dr. Vibe show, the home of Epic Conversations, and I'm the host of Epic Conversations, 2018 Innovation Award winner given out by the Canadian Ethnic Media Association, and 2020 Best Podcast News Award winner given out by the Canadian Ethnic Media Association. I also co-host and co-produce the only online show in the world for dads and fathers. It's sponsored by Dove Men Plus Care. And being part of this team, we have reached out to over 400,000 dads, fathers, and male caregivers around the world since 2020. As always, I like to say, you're blessed, highly favored, a magnet for miracles, and a solution for someone's problem. Well, it is November 5th, Tuesday, and it is a big day around the world, not only in the country of America, but around the world. Now, when I bring up these two ladies, you're going to say, it isn't Saturday. It's not Saturday. But they're here. Aisha K. Staggers, LaLa Key, my co-host tonight. You usually see all three of us on Primetime Saturday, but tonight's a big night because tonight America's going to elect a new president. So we are hosting a live watch party. And just as I'm taking a look at the AP website, 45 has 19 electoral college seats already. And Ms. Harris only has 3.
Yeah, Kentucky's vote came in. So far, all I see is just Kentucky and Vermont. I don't see
Indiana.
Huh?
Yeah, in Indiana. I see Indiana too. Indiana's gone electoral college red.
Yeah, because
I'm not surprised that those are traditionally red states.
Yeah, I see 14% in Indiana, and he's got 61%. So that one we expected to go in his column. So,
and also I'm seeing now on the AP site, 45 is leading in Florida.
Of course, that's a traditionally red state.
Yeah,
I'm not.
What is up, Mini on Cam? What is up? What is up?
I'll tell you this though, Florida is one of those states that cannot count their early vote until after polls close. So we're going to have a number of those states like that where you're going to see that he's going to look to be ahead, but he's not necessarily ahead because those states have laws that you can't count, or they can't count early vote until the polls close. My state, for example, allows early vote to be. This is our first time early voting in person and stuff, but our state's law says that they can start counting day of at 6 a.m. and that's what they did this morning. Pennsylvania, same thing. Michigan, same thing. They're doing early vote counting, day of, but early in the day throughout the day so that they're not going to have that backup. But you're going to see some of these states that get this backup because they can't count the early vote.
Well, and again, so people, if you see me every once in a while showing my head to right, I'm using 2 screens tonight. So the screen I'm looking at periodically is the Associated Press website. And actually one of the stories they have here is AP Votecast. Economy ranked as top issue, but concerns over democracy drove many voters to the polls.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, though 45 is ahead, 19. I'll say Georgia, 45 is leading. 45.
Yeah, but you gotta remember what states they are. I mean, put it this way: his way to winning is he's got to pick up a lot of states with smaller amounts, because she's going to get those big states. California and New York have some of the most
electoral college
votes, right? So, and the other thing is she's got more routes to 270 than he does. Well, and remember, the last 2 elections that he ran in, he was leading early on.
True. True. Point is well taken. So if you are watching this live, and like Minnie is, and I'm sure a few others, please feel to make comments in real time. We're going to be on for a bit. We don't know how long. Like
as long as we can hang tonight.
yes,
And
as long as we can hang. Originally, and some people said, originally, myself and LaLa did a promo yesterday. Excuse me, saying that we'd start at 9 o'clock. But then I asked the ladies, should we start earlier? So that's why we're on at 7. So we're expecting other guests. Dr. Tachi will be on, I guess, during the conversation. Also, Ryan O'Neill Knight from Canada and Cesar Ndema-Moussa. So I've messaged Cesar and told him that, because I emailed him, but a lot of times, oh, he's here. Okay, Cesar is here already. What is up, Cesar? Okay.
Hello. So glad
Hello,
to have
sisters.
you tonight.
Hi, Aisha. Hi, Laura.
hey, glad you joined us.
So see,
Thank
now,
you. My apologies. I had to fix my suspenders because they kept popping because of the chair.
so,
And there are accidentally my suspenders are blue. Accidentally.
I didn't say anything to that.
There's no accident for me wearing blue tonight.
There you
Yep.
go.
And I've got my Harris walls.
You guys, I'm the only person that thinks 45 is going to win out of all you guys. Yeah, I'm the only, all you three of you think it's going to go Miss Harris's way.
That had
Honestly-
to make my stomach hurt.
You know, I was talking to Jill Jones earlier today, and one of the things that I said to her, why I said that I think she's going to win, and I think that she's going to win decisively, and that it's not as close a race as people think. And I think the reason is because what we're learning is that in this last month and a half, the RNC and polls paid for by the Trump campaign have been flooding the zone, right? They've been flooding the atmosphere. So what they're doing, what that does is that all those pro-Trump polls that show him ahead, and they're doing like 17 to 20 a day, that's bringing them level. Whereas in some of these other polls, you'll see that she is overachieving and doing better than him. Well, if they're aggregating the number of polls and they're doing averages, then he's artificially making them look like they're on a level playing field. I don't think that they are. Like even locally, my mom was telling me earlier that she was reading an article where they had interviewed about 10 Republicans, and of those 10 Republicans, 6 voted for Harris.
Well, so, and it's actually, there's a gap of total vote. Well, the popular vote right now is 53% approximately for 45 and 46 for Ms. Harris. So this
53% of what?
Total vote, 50 of the popular vote. 53% of the popular vote, 52.9 now. I'm quoting from
based on 3 states.
Yeah. So it's
I'm not willing to say anything until we start getting some real numbers.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cesar, what do you have to say on the start of a little bit of a long evening?
Well, basically, it will be a long evening, but truly it will be a long week.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as I've said on Sunday on the show, I see Kamala Harris winning the popular vote. I see Donald Trump and his MAGA sycophants trying to cheat and using any tool that they can, including all the way to the Supreme Court, to try to win.
Mm-hmm.
And definitely, and unfortunately, I see violence, some type of violence. Hopefully none, hopefully as least as possible. But I mean, I was even listening to that, I think on MSNBC or CNN, talks about potential bomb threats that were either denied. Yeah, bomb threats and all that.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this is, I mean, this election, as I've said before, 2024, the year of elections in so many countries, this election is about either the progress of America or an isolationist attempt to go back into similar to the 1930s before Pearl Harbor. This
All right.
is
I agree.
this is really what it is. So
Yeah.
it's basically like I told today. I was giving 2 conferences on. Hi, Dr. Tachi.
Dr. Tachi has joined us from a state that has 45 leading right now.
Yeah, I was basically giving.
We knew that, doctor. We knew that because we knew where we are.
Okay.
We know exactly.
Bubba Bill.
Go ahead, switch off Cesar, and we'll let Dr. Tachi jump in.
No, I was giving in my 2 conferences training today on foster and adoption of kids, notably transracial kids, etc., etc. One of the things I told them is that it's not so much that I'm supporting Kamala Harris because she's a Black woman, but she is a candidate of diversity, of equity, of inclusivity, of a better future for all. Does it sound naive? Well, you just need to listen to what the other guy is saying. And as father to a girl, how can I look at my 3-year-old, tell her to become a certain type of woman, and hopefully, if she gets married or has children, how could I vote for a man that I would tell her to avoid absolutely being in the fit of? Dr. Vibe, like I told you, people ask me my opinion of Donald Trump. Hey, I just repeat what Mitch McConnell said. He's a despicable human being.
Yeah.
J.D. Vance,
Yeah.
he's America's Nazi. This is not me. That's his own allies who said that about him. So that tells you.
Worse things have been said to him about people on the right than there have ever been said about him by people on the left, and we should listen to them. I mean,
Yes.
that's part of it. The most disgusting part, I think, about the American election right now, since Trump has done what he's done to people's faith, particularly people on the right, in terms of how they believe in the truth of our elections and them being fair, is we're at a point where we probably should not be even announcing the results of different states until we can announce them all, or at least a region. You know what I mean? Do it by regions and say, we're going to announce, okay, the East, do it by time zone. Eastern time zone, these are the results, right?
Right.
Central, Mountain Pacific. We should do something like that, because I think when people see these things coming in, when people see these things coming in, they're just kind of like, oh, well, it looks like he's leaning, he's got this percentage of, I think it's irresponsible. Right now I'm watching MSNBC on my phone, and they have the popular vote up. And it's like, what's the point when you only have 1 million on, 1.8 million for her, 1.9 million for him in popular vote. And we know that there's going to be over 160 million people. Why are we having
That's
this
the thing. We've talked about this from the very beginning, in the fact that they always want to be the first. It doesn't matter if they're right. It doesn't matter what the factors are behind it. Everybody has to be the first. And you'll hear several times on these platforms, they're going to say, we are the first to announce. You're going to hear it.
All right. Thank you. Let us all breathe so Dr. Tachi can finally get in. Hello, Dr.
Good afternoon. No, it's evening. Good evening.
Well, at least in our part of the world.
Yeah, and
other people's, it's evening, but go ahead.
Yes. And for LaLa, I think it's evening for you now too, right? Or about to be morning. It should be early morning.
It's close to midnight.
Okay, there we go. I forgot we had a time change. So, hello, everyone. Network duty calls. So I was trying to make sure everything was straight there before I came on. So this is interesting. To LaLa's point, I think we have to keep this in mind, that every network is still run as a business, and they all have the need to be first, because he or she who is first usually is he or she that gets the advertising dollars. So remember, this is a game of advertising dollars. This is a game of business. It has little to nothing to do with the election. Why do you think there is? All we have to do is look at the outshoots of what's happening from major networks, from cable networks, from streaming, and who they have for special election coverage. So even though the networks themselves, for example, are covering it, right? They've got either a cable news station where they've got extended coverage. They've got streaming where they've got extended coverage. Everybody is also on YouTube, so it's separate coverage. So they're trying to cover all bases. Now, I'm not saying this is a bad thing. No, not at all. I think this is the best time in the history of media for people to be informed. It's also the best time for people to be deceived. So you have to be very cautious and careful when it comes to that. So let's remember that this is also a business game and there is a rush to be first. As Aisha said, does it make any sense to go ahead and do the popular vote when we know there's going to be so many more that are coming in? No, it doesn't. And there's so many things that go into that. And there's something else that I said earlier. I did a live earlier and I called it like a special edition of Mediascope just on Instagram. And the whole premise behind it was protecting your peace. So despite the fact that all of this election coverage is happening, there's a protect you, because none of them are going to be there to pick up the pieces when you fall apart because of XYZ. So protect your peace. For those people, of course, we want you to watch us, but if it's just too much and causes too much anxiety, do something else. Do something that you love to do. Pay attention to what's happening, because my thing is, you need to pay attention just enough so you know when to run, but pay attention to what's happening, but don't get so engrossed and so involved that it causes you anxiety. So that's what I wanted to share.
All right, before I'm just going to jump in quick. So do you want me this evening not to announce any results until they are confirmed?
Well, here's the thing. I'm looking at the results now. They called Kentucky when they only got 1% of the vote counted, the result in. They call Vermont, they have zero, it's showing 0% of the vote in. That's what, so I'm trying to figure out where they're getting these numbers from.
It's impossible. Polls just closed at 7.
Exactly.
It's impossible
for example,
for
right
you
now,
to have.
Yeah, I lived in South Carolina. I know South Carolina is solidly red, but right now they're showing Kamala Harris up with 70% of the vote in South Carolina. And I know this is because they only counted, they're mostly focusing on Columbia, which is the capital. That's where you're going to have the more liberal voters.
Well, it's interesting because the way we'll have to wait a while, because the way things look like, there's a widespread right now in the popular vote.
Right. Georgia, however, the Georgia results.
Well, it's gone back and forth because on the AP, because the AP map a few moments ago had Harris ahead. Well, no, first it had 45 ahead, then it swung to Harris. Now it's back to 45.
Well, remember also too, when they're counting these numbers, they're not just counting statewide. They start by counting the counties. Right, because it's the counties. The person that wins the most vote in the counties wins the state. That's how it gets down to such a granular level in terms of how we count our votes here. So, for example, right now in Union County, Georgia, Trump has 80% of the vote, which was what they expected. But they just went through 4 other counties where Kamala Harris not only had 60 to 80%. But she had more than Obama and Biden both got in those counties.
All right, so just a quick comment, catch up here. Mina on Cam says, 45 did it already. I want Harris to win. Cinema Canella says, oh, wow, you guys are live. Yes. And she goes, what a surprise. Good. And happy to tune in. Great stuff. Joan Balcom says,
hey,
watching the news has me stressed. It's much too early, she says. So echoing what,
and that's why you're kicking it here with us, because
exactly, kick it here.
You'll get a more nuanced and truthful view, because guess what? We're not trying to compete for advertising dollars right now.
Right.
We're trying to tell you the truth.
There we go.
Well, here's some truth that everybody should know, that Trump has already started with his rhetoric. We knew that he would do this. This is not surprising, but he is definitely starting the rhetoric in Pennsylvania. He's already put out on his Truth Social as well, I believe is X, that a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. Well, let me tell you something else. Somebody else's law state. I don't know which one it was to put up. I think Questlove put this one up where one of the states was like, he literally said, excuse my language, because I'm going to quote exactly what he said. He said, fuck around and find out if y'all come up here and mess with our vote.
That was the Attorney General, I believe, of Pennsylvania.
That was Philadelphia. That's why Trump was. That's why Trump's talking, like about law enforcement, because that was Philadelphia. That was the DA in Philadelphia. He said you can try this nonsense if you want to.
Yes,
exactly. And
he
honestly,
was not playing.
We're not doing that today.
That is the way every single state should behave. Every single state. That should be their stance. F around and find out.
Yep.
He said we have handguns, we have empty cells.
Censor it. Like he didn't even censor it. He was serious.
Absolutely.
Just so you guys know, I have my church lady candy bag here to carry these through the night.
I see the strawberry candies. That's for real church lady.
For people that don't know, it's the strawberry candies, the peppermint, and the butterscotch.
Okay, so Joan says, yes, Philly DA, clap emojis. Yeah, and I'm just reading here from the AP site. Philly DA contests 45's claim of massive cheating in city. And also, judge blocks improper hand-counted Pennsylvania polling place. This is happening on the, oh my gosh. And also 10 minutes ago, Pennsylvania, the officials deny 45's cheating claim. So obviously, why is he saying this? He must be afraid that he's going to lose.
He's going to lose.
Yeah,
he's been talking specifically about them and North Carolina.
Right, but he says that all the time.
So, but here's the yes. So again, he has an extreme external locus of control. Everything that goes wrong has nothing to do with him. It's all of you. In fact, he did this at the last rally. He said, if I don't win, it's because you all did. So he's pointing the finger at everybody else but himself, not what he doesn't know how to do, not that he is a despicable human being. The fact that it is other people's fault and problem if he does not get elected. And here's the thing, I can't even blame him, because if you know a bull is going to come in a China shop and wreck shop, that's your fault for letting the bull in. So we already know that this is how he's going to behave. At this point, let me join him. I will blame people. I will blame you all for that. How do you sit by and listen? And again, we already know the cult has allowed that to happen. But the fact that you can sit by and listen and in good conscience sit here and say, oh, well, they're cheating. In the United States of America, when has that ever been a thing? Let's be clear here. When has that ever been a thing that there has been such a lack of oversight? I can say a lot of things about damn America, but when it comes to oversight of things, they're on lock. That has never been a problem. And you know this has never been a problem, but you are so lost in whatever Kool-Aid he is feeding you that you think it's a problem here. That's problematic for us. If we have those types of people in this country, that's extremely problematic in my opinion.
Well, it goes back to that thing that was said, Brother Van Jones, and I mean, I'm not a fan of Van Jones, to be quite honest, but Van Jones had put it very well in saying Kamala has to be flawless while he gets to be classless and lawless, because that blame that he does, he even did it to the Jewish community, literally telling them that if he doesn't win, it's their fault. I mean, the guy is basically fake news and old news and just hate and fear. And that's why, like, if you know you're going to win and you're so confident, you wouldn't need to do such things. It has been said, but as you just said so well, Dr. Tachi, how to explain that so many adults are falling for this? And it speaks very much to what I always talk about, the dumbing down of America. I call it I shouldn't just blame The Simpsons as a TV show, or shows like Bachelor or Jersey Shore, because I mean, we've watched Simpsons, but the problem is that some people literally will identify with such, and Trump becomes a megaphone of the inner racism, but especially of the inner ignorance, the inner distrust of institutions, unless it's the guy who wins. Just as Trump. I mean, Trump did not contest the fact that he won the 2016 election. How come he didn't talk about fraud then? Because he won.
Well, he did. Well, remember, he did.
And technically he didn't.
He did say if I lose, it's because there was cheating. He just happened not to lose. But this is the part that kills me. They want it both ways. You cannot have it both ways where it's fraud because he lost, but all of your House members that you all selected to get control of the House won. On the same
that process is not flawed. Absolutely correct. And not to interrupt you, but when we look at the whole thing, in 2016, that is the crux of the thing. So, but you won in 2016, but there was no problem then, right? The system is not. So how was it in the time that you were the president the entire time, right? All of a sudden, under your watch, there was fraud. So let's take it. This is your fault now. So if there was fraud, this was under your watch. So he talks in circles and he makes no sense, but it's not about him. We have to remember there is a larger agenda here that goes beyond him, that he's just the puppet for.
Yeah.
We have to
see, I don't think that he really wants to win. To be perfectly honest, I think that he's motivated to win to stay out of prison. But I don't think he really wants to because he did the job once. He didn't like the fact that there was work involved. Okay.
Exactly.
Because there's no reason for why in the last 2 weeks of his campaign, he's pretty much just blown it up. It's like everything that he could possibly do wrong and offensively, he literally did. And it's like he did with intent.
Yes.
And it's
sabotage.
And it doesn't get any lower than what he did this last time with them.
I don't think it's sabotage. Forgive me, sisters, but it's an important point here. I don't think it's sabotage. I think it's kind of how can I put it? Put yourself in the place of Trump. You reach that age that he's at, of such privilege that literally you got to dodge the draft 5 times. You got millions of dollars in inheritance when you became an adult. You literally always had the easy way out. He has a lack of consideration of intent and impact just as of consequences. But further to that, so that's the psychological part, but the political part is that he basically gets to set up the MAGA movement after him. So, I mean, because he doesn't care about losing per se if he can cheat. No, this is the same man who doesn't care about women's consent if he can grab them by, you know what I mean? So when you have that kind of mindset, he doesn't care about rules and regulations if he can literally screw over the tenants in terms of renting. You see, that he doesn't function, and I'm not trying to psychoanalyze Trump, but he has 40 plus years of exposing himself in the public scene with misbehaviors that keep going on unchecked. Why would he stop? Why would he stop at 78?
Absolutely. And you know what? You're 100% correct, Cesar. And these are misbehaviors that we who are New Yorkers knew from the beginning. And I keep saying, we tried to tell you all. We tried to tell you, and nobody was listening when we were talking and saying things. I think part of the big thing is, too, there is an aspect of celebrity to him that people gravitate toward. Let's remember he created this whole, you're absolutely right. He created this whole world and this whole persona. And often we have these parasocial relationships with characters on television, and we can't see them as anything other than they are. They may be despicable, dastardly individuals, but because of that celebrity, it shields them almost from our reality. No, not mine, but some people's reality. I can't tell you how many times I've heard, well, I really liked The Apprentice. I've heard this from like 4 or 5 people. And so I'm like, so you think that this diabolical subhuman is the same person that was on The Apprentice or that we saw in The Apprentice? No, that was a persona for television that we saw, not the real individual Now we're seeing the real individual and what they're capable of. So a lot of people are swept up in the celebrity and the fact that they think it's that proximity to celebrity. Somehow you think that if you are living in the sticks of West Virginia, now you're going to be rich too. What you don't know is he doesn't give a damn about anybody else but himself. I don't know how to wake people up.
Well, see, this area of the country, we already knew about him, right? Everybody else's introduction to him was through TV and through Lifestyles of Rich and Famous, through Home Alone, through The Apprentice. But we knew the things on the ground level here because you're talking about pre-social media, pre-internet, when the local papers in the tri-state area, especially on the ground, were covering the dastardly deeds of this man. But the larger population of the country wasn't getting it because it was local media.
All right, I just want to catch up on some comments. Welcome, Galen Bingham, saying I agree with you. April Watson in the house. What is up, April Watson? Galen says he only cares about himself. He is doing this to claim, quote, political prisoner, unquote, if he loses. What is up, number one fan of Primetime Saturday, Jen Myers. Mignon Camp says The Apprentice was edited for television. Right. Galen says, Dr. Vibe, you and I were together virtually when he won last time. And a welcome to Indie Soup Media on Indie Soup Media family. Go ahead.
We've got more results, but the truth of the matter is that, they're like the red states that we expected. Him winning West Virginia, Kentucky, and Indiana should be no surprise to anyone. Right now, Georgia is too early to call. It looks like he's ahead, but those predominantly blue counties have not been, the vote has not been called in those to give the boost because people are literally still waiting to vote. Because remember, this is the other thing that will make the vote take longer in some places is that if you are in line when the time comes to close the polls, by law, they have to let you vote. So even though the polls just closed in Georgia, there are still people waiting in line to vote.
Okay, another comment here. Jones says the fact that he was elected the first time says a lot about this country. A man with no political experience was elected to the highest office in the land. Shame on us.
Yeah, and just so you know,
I totally agree.
The West Virginia Senate seat that was held by Manchin now flipped red.
There you go.
But we expected that because West Virginia was red, is a red state anyway. Joe Manchin won by stabbing Democrats in the back at every turn.
Okay. Well, it's
so hopefully we'll pick up one with Colin Alred out of Texas.
Yeah, he's been working really hard.
Yeah, man, he has been.
And there's also Mark Morrison is too early to call. I mean, Mark Robinson is too early to call, but that's not looking good. In North Carolina.
To speak to Jones' point, I think the fact now that there's even this back and forth with it, I'm looking at people real side eye. I have to tell you that this is not the presidential race where it's like, oh, well, whatever you do doesn't, it matters. And if you vote on that side, I now see what you believe. You could tell me it's for any number of reasons. You could tell me the economy. You can tell me security, bullocks. You could tell me any of it, and it's completely rubbish. This shows me how you feel about people like me. Point blank.
Yeah.
Unfollow me now. Unfollow me now because you are not welcome on my platforms. If you're voting that way, it's not even a question of being on that side or that's your party. That's not what I'm talking about. The fact that you took your raggedy, gnarled hands to vote for somebody who is anti-me says all I need to see. That's all I need to see about
You know,
you.
I'm glad you brought
following
that up because just tonight, a really good friend of mine who's a realtor, she has been speaking her truth. She's a white woman and she voted for Harris, and she voted on other things and she's been talking about it. Now, mind you, she's a realtor. Can I tell you the other people in our realtor circle who are slamming her? She has been called the C word, the one I just don't even use that word. That one gets me more than anything. She's been called the B word. She's been called a hypocrite. She's been all because she is supporting Harris. And she's pretty beat down. And I sent her a message and I said, listen, I need you to understand that you're not alone. What you're seeing on your page is people who are full of hate and fear. You still need to shine your light, because as long as you're shining your light, other people can see your beacon. You're not alone. And don't you know, that girl texted me back and was like, oh my God, you're the only person that has even bothered to reach out and tell me this. You know, no one should ever feel that way on how they vote. This hate mongering is now become the norm. And that is not okay.
Yeah,
it's not okay.
You know, we used to not have it. It used to not be like this. This is why people would keep who they voted for to themselves. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is why, because remember, your vote is your choice. It's the collective action that we do together. My daughter was telling me, somebody posted that voting is like the worst group project ever. Right? You know, you do a group. Some people don't hold up their end of the bargain or do their work. But the bottom line is this, is that it used to be very private because of the consequences for people, particularly our people. The consequences for our people: losing jobs, being killed, you know, losing your home. And we know these stories where, you know, when Black people could get the right to vote, particularly in the South, you had their bosses saying, well, if you vote, you know, you're going to lose your job. Mm-hmm. If you try to register to vote, you lose your job. And if you don't vote the way that I want you to, you can lose your job. You can lose your home. You know, they would do things like try to take people's children away. So these have been things that I think for us, we're used to dealing with. As you know, and seeing white women now face some of the things that we're used to dealing with as a struggle, they're having to understand it. It's like, for us, it's kind of like water off the back. It's like we deal with this all the time. Mm-hmm. This level of hatred and vitriol that we get for speaking our mind publicly, we've been getting it since, you know, social media has existed, and we have been speaking our minds. And I think that what people are going to see at the outcome of this election, whether she wins or not, is a masterclass in having grace under pressure, and what she's going to carry through for 4 years is grace under pressure, because she's going to face a level of scrutiny, a level of vitriol that even Barack Obama didn't get. We're going to see what Michelle Obama got that we didn't see in the public sphere the same way, because she wasn't the principal.
Okay, just want to interrupt for a second. Galen says the first 45 election can be attributed to, quote, hoping he would rise to the office, unquote. Now everyone knows what he stands for. And Galen also says, quote, crowdsourcing, unquote, gone wrong.
Exactly.
Oh, and I just want to say screw Randy Jackson, Michael's brother, for his MAGA hat that he's wearing today, taking pictures.
What?
Forget them. Listen, forget them. This is why, again,
y'all are uninvited to the cookout.
Listen, exactly. Cesar, were you going to say something? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I want to. What was the point you just made, Aisha? There was something I wanted to say
about her grace and the grace that she's going to have, and the way that she's going to be treated if she wins.
Absolutely. There is, first of all, we're always expected to have grace. Other people can be graceless heathens, but we must always exhibit grace turn the other cheekedness and all the other things that they ascribe to keep us under control. So she's going to have grace. That goes without saying. But I also think this too. There is a level of cover that she will have because of who she is affiliated with. One thing with Barack Obama, I mean, as wonderful as he was not really affiliated with too many groups outside of what he did. Kamala Harris not only has Alpha Kappa Alpha, but she's got the strength of the D9 behind her. She's got, I think, the National Council of Negro Women. So she's got this cover. And I'm not saying that's everything, but one thing D9 does not do is we don't play about other D9. We will cover you as long as you're doing right. We will cover you. So I think there's this level of connectedness to community, even though he was a community organizer, there's a different level of connectedness to community that she has that he does not have, if that makes any sense.
HBCU alum don't play the same way either.
Exactly. She's an HBCU alum. That's something that Barack Obama was not. So listen, all the 105 HBCUs on the whole, they're like, look now. Look now, we don't play with our own. So she's got D9. She's got the HBC. In fact, they're at Howard University tonight. So there is a coveredness. That's not a word, but I'm making one. There is a coveredness.
I like it. T-shirt.
Yes, there we go. There is a coveredness. Oh, there's some HU alum in the HU. Joan is my source. So I think she will have that. And then it's like going back to all of these things, the realtor that you notice, it makes me think of, if you think of things biblically, right? And not comparing her to Jesus, but Jesus' own crucified him. So the thing is that the lesson there is that there will always be, despite the people who, even the ones who look and are like you, who are supposed to be in your corner, even if they're not, there is a level of cover that you will have if you're on the side of right. And I really believe that. I mean, I have to believe it, but I also honestly do believe that. The other side, Mr. Him, does not have that cover. He doesn't have allies. Despite what it looks like, this man has no allies. And the thing is, he knows it. Do you know how absolutely terrifying it is to know you have no allies, to realize that you are just a pawn in the game? I mean, and the thing is, we think he's dumb. He is dumb, but he realizes that he doesn't have any friends. He knows this. If you get in, they're going to be done with you. They see that you have no friends, you have no allies. So that is a markedly different experience from Kamala Harris.
All right.
I would add, Dr. Tachi, to what you said. I don't think necessarily that Trump is dumb per se, but it's kind of like the fox in terms of Machiavelli. He survives upon the lies and manipulation that he can spew, which is matched by the fear and interest of power of those who listen to him. And as such, he may not have allies, but he has this disgruntled base called MAGA, arguably 25 to 30% of Republican votes, if not of total votes in the nation. That's what gives him strength. That hate, fear, but also lies and outright ignorance. I mean, I've said it before. I really wonder what men such as Ronald Reagan, who was not a friend of Black people, but also Nixon. So you see, arguably the last two great Republican presidents, even Bush father, are in the prime where they could have possibly fought of a Donald Trump. I think it would have been unimaginable for them that this is what the party has turned into. And as such, we see Republicans turning, like kind of Liz Cheney, country over party. So this man, no, he doesn't have allies, but do you need allies if you're able to get to the that he's at, with the power and influence that he has, along people willing to vote for you to be back in power. We have to look at Donald Trump. I mean, I really think he will be a case study
for many years to come.
Absolutely.
In terms of the psychology of how an empire goes down. It's always from within, and Trump is the cancer. Every empire goes down, but Trump is the cancer that will speed, whether he wins or loses, that will speed the downfall of America. Because he has already done such a good job in the distrust of elections, which is distrust of democracy and of institutions. No other president has done that before.
Before I go
But
on,
the one thing that he needs to be a master class to study in is incompetence, gross incompetence at the top of our government. That just
Joan has 3 triangles.
I guess she's pointing upwards to crowdsourcing gone wrong.
No, she's my soror. She's a delta.
All right. Okay. All right. Wilkie, a relative of someone we know very well, says HU. And
you
then,
know?
Yeah, and Galen, and well, HU is also my dad's graduating university.
Yes.
My sister
so
too.
there you go. So Galen now is on Facebook, leaving LinkedIn, and says he may be nervous, but he's built a quote Frankenstein unquote. He built a Frankenstein unquote. He may no longer be able to control.
Mm-hmm.
May I respond to what Cesar said? You know what? I 100% agree, but I have to push back on he does need allies, because maybe they'll get you there, but if they're not aligned with you, they will quickly turn on you when it comes down to it. So you have to have at least fake allies, right? He doesn't have that. He does not have even allies. And so
they're just as dirty as him. See, they want something from him.
Correct.
Everybody who's around him wants something from him. They have this promise in their head that he's going to raise them to the level of where he is with power, this fake richness that he's never had in the first place. And so when there's no honor among thieves. So the minute that they feel that they have been cheated, now all of a sudden they cry wolf.
Absolutely. I don't understand. I do understand, but I don't understand. And let's blame the American educational system, because I would like to blame them. Taking civics out of schools was
child left behind.
No child left behind. Exactly. The single most foolish thing they ever could have done. So it's purposeful, because when people don't understand things, they will fall for anything. However, now it comes time where people actually need to understand, and there is a problem. It's the same thing with what they've taken out of schools, like physical education. Many schools don't have that anymore, and look at our children. Look at them. Okay, that's probably the only time they have to run around and do things, because they're so inundated with the state mandated homework, etc., and teaching to the test that it's a problem. So we've built these to the point of Frankensteins. We've built these Frankensteins, and we Frankenstein things together. Put this here, put this there, and MacGyvered a whole system together. And look what happens. You can no longer save the world with a paperclip and 3 sticks of gum.
Right. All right.
More
comments.
The thing about the civics, though, you're right. You're so right. What they did was, remember, there used to be a separate civics class, right?
Yeah.
What they did is, and my mother taught history for a long time, and what they did was they folded civics into U.S. history. Well, U.S. history is already a lot to teach in 1 year, right? You're talking about adding a separate course. It's like they compiled all these courses, right? In just history. There's U.S. government, civics, Black history, European history, Native American, all these different histories they have put into one course.
Okay, let's just catch up on comments. What is up, Real Django? He says, Kamala. Minion Cam says, for too long, the United States has been male, pale, and stale. We need role model women can lead. I'm tired of men and the pot. and should go and the patriarchy deciding my life. There's
Said
another.
that right.
I guess that's another T-shirt for LaLa. Male, pale, and stale. Wow. Wow. So it's been an interesting first hour. Galen asks, who would possibly be willing to join a 45 cabinet? There's lots of people.
Oh,
be willing to join?
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Oh, he's already in. That's the only reason he's out there jumping and looking stupid.
He doesn't
Robert Kennedy.
Yes. No fluoride in your water.
He went to Kamala first.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, this seems like it's far out there, but he just gave an endorsement. Was it yesterday? Joe Rogan. So,
yeah. Joe Rogan, Secretary of Sports.
Exactly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the position is, because we already experienced the last time people who were poorly fitted to the job, didn't know what they were doing. A surgeon who is the head of HUD. So this has already been something that he's doing. So it really doesn't even matter the position. He will just fit these people in like a square peg in a round hole to where he sees fit. That's what he would do.
Oh, Galen goes Herschel Walker. And
a surgeon who was head of HUD because he was Black, and in New York City, Housing Authority covers the projects, and so Donald Trump figured that because the Housing Authority covers projects, that he's Black, so he must have lived in the project, so he'll be in charge of HUD.
And you have a stupid tap dancing fool like him that said, okay.
All right. Also, we got more comments here.
I'm one of the most brilliant brain surgeons, or I was. Why would I not be Attorney General? That's the question he should ask.
Y'all know that gets my crawl every time. Every day I would get.
I pioneered a brain surgery. You sure HUD is the right place for me?
Well, he claims that he was in the right place because he grew up in the ghetto.
All right. Real Django says Aisha, la, Tachi, vibe.
We love it. We love it.
But so I don't know how many people have access to the results at the present time. Are you even a little bit concerned? Because the popular vote is really heavily in favor of 45 right now.
But they only have 2%. I mean, I'm not
Not yet. I'm not
yet. Remember, the last election, over 170 million people voted. Right now, these numbers aren't even 2 million on each side, or just at 2 million on each side.
Yeah. And remember, the polls just closed at 7:00 here. There are people who still are probably in line that need to vote. And so we haven't even begun to span the expanse of. So that's really low in number for right now.
Okay. Right. So obviously we're looking at
it's still an early night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, like, for example, they had him, up in Ohio. Now it just flipped. Now she's up in Ohio. So it's going to shift like that. As long as these.
We're watching different platforms, obviously, because I'm watching AP, and it's showing probably they've counted a little bit over 13 million votes, and popular vote wise, they have 45 at 55.3%, Ms. Harris at 43.8%.
Oh,
but remember, 76 million people voted in the early voting.
Yeah.
And the majority of those had not been counted.
And don't forget, contrarily to 2020, when Trump was all against mail-in votes, the Republicans have been pushing it. So it wouldn't be a surprise that there is a surge of Republican votes in terms of mail-in votes, so being counted first. But you end up having a day like this, and also depending on voting places and the weather, good weather, more people showing up to vote in person, which kind of as 4 years ago, Trump claiming that he won early in the night, but as more results came in, his numbers started to drop while those of Biden started to climb slowly and surely. And that's really what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's way too early to really, again, they haven't counted everything from, although what are we looking at in terms of electoral votes? Anything
Well,
yet?
Okay, so
She's got 3 and he's got 9, but that's because those were reliably red states
Red states, yeah.
and reliably blue states. The other ones are too close to call. I'm looking at 270towin.com at their map.
Okay, well, I'm looking at AP. AP has Ms. Harris at 3, 45 at 23.
For AP. So what are those states? Again, if we're looking at these reliably red states, so we're talking about from
Indiana,
North
West
Carolina
Virginia,
on down.
Indiana, West Virginia, Kentucky.
So Cinema Canella says, well, I'm really worried.
No, it's too early to be worried. It's too early to be worried, I think.
Right, because
I agree with that. That's why I'm just not going to even let my heart get into that. I've already suited myself up, and as y'all see, I've already got Harris products up. I'm riding this thing all the way.
What I think we'll see is that at 9 o'clock, we'll have a better picture. Because remember that we had polls close already at the 7 and 7:30 time slots, but they're still too early to call. They haven't been called yet.
Okay. So
one of those is Georgia.
So what I'm going to do is we're going to get a quick little break for you guys to go whatever, get water, go to the bathroom, do whatever. I've got 2 bottles of my water here for tonight because I know it's going to be a long evening, but we'll take a quick, maybe a minute break, and we'll come back with a live watch party on the 2024 U.S. election on the Dr. Vibe Show, on LaLa Key's Facebook page and the Indie Soup Facebook page and YouTube page. So we'll be back in a minute.
Well, I've just finished a wonderful session here with Dr. Vibe. I am Bernadette Hamilton-Reed, an 8th-generation African Nova Scotian, and I am the owner and founder of Sankofa Bookkeeping. But you know what? Sponsorship. That's what today was about. Don't be afraid to ask, and that's what Dr. Vibe is teaching us. Don't be afraid to ask for things. Leverage those partnerships. Psychographics. I didn't realize how important psychographics are on finding out about people and their likes. What keeps people up at night? Do the video conferencing, ask them for something, and also find out what is their pressure points, what is their problem, solve it. So, the stuff that Dr. Vibe says, and don't sell yourself low. When I started working with Dr. Vibe, $50 an hour, I am now up to almost $5,000 a month in engagement with my customers because of the things I've taken away. So when you go to these events, listen to what's told and use it. So thank you, Dr. Vibe, for opening up. And again, align yourself with what these people are doing, what they're asking for, and make sure you ask for what you're worth. Don't sell yourself short. Thank you again for the opportunity to learn about how to get more sponsorships. And we do not use the word in kind. We want the sponsorship. Thank you again.
All right, we are back broadcasting live on a number of different online platforms on November 5th, the night of the U.S. presidential election. We have Aisha K. Staggers, LaLa Key, Dr. Tachi, 3 wonderful Black queens from the United States of America. And then we have Cesar Ndema-Moussa, Black Canadian King, and myself. I'm in Toronto too. And probably we joined a little bit later on by Ryan O'Neill Knight. And we are doing live takes of what's going on in the election. Now, depending on what site you're watching, if at any, right now I'm looking at AP, Associated Press, has 45 with 23 electoral votes. Kamala Harris with 3 electoral votes. Number of votes for 45, about 8.2 million votes, or 54.9% of the popular vote. And Ms. Harris, about 6.7 million votes, 44.2% of the popular vote. The states that they have called confirmed for electoral: Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia. They have 45 ahead in South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. They have Ms. Harris winning Vermont and leading in New Hampshire, Ohio, Virginia, and North Carolina. So there's where we're at right now. And let me get any more comments, and then we'll get back to our panel. Cinema Canella says, here in Florida, he will win, sadly. I was hopeful a few days ago when PBS showed that Florida was pink, and then she says, but what I can see out in the streets, it's all pro 45.
Well, in a minute, that we're going to have 16 states plus DC polls closed there. And those in those states are the rest of the New England states, which includes my state of Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Missouri, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. So Harris is going to pick up most, if not all, of the New England states, and we'll see about Pennsylvania, and she'll pick up Illinois and DC.
Well, I don't think we're seeing anything at all that we were not surprised at.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
This has always been traditionally the way that it is. Like, no matter how much I voted for Harris in Florida, my vote was in a blue bucket of red. And, some states do flip, and some of these states that we're looking at are very close now for flipping colors. But the ones that we're seeing now, we're not surprised at all, because historically this has been how it goes.
Right. It really is those 84 or so. How many electoral votes is it that it's 82 electoral votes that we're really watching out in Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia that are really going to sway this election one way or the other.
Okay, so just catch up on a comment here. Joan says, I don't know about other states, but in New York, mail-in ballots had to be postmarked by today and have until 11/12 to be received. So I'm just going from the Associated Press site. They've just had a
Kamala Harris won Maryland.
Okay.
Yes, they have her they have her winning Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and winning Maryland, having her ahead in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Virginia, North Carolina, and early in Texas. But they have 45 winning electoral wise: Indiana, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and ahead in Georgia. So right now, 45.
The former Confederacy. No one is surprised about that.
So 45 right now is they have projected right.
Did we freeze?
I think Dr. Vibe
froze. Dr. Vibe did.
Yeah,
no. So 45 they have projected right now is 95 electoral. Ms. Harris 35, and him having 53% of the popular vote compared to Ms. Harris 45.6. So that's where we're at right now.
Yeah.
So
and this is where we were like in 2022 with Joe Biden.
Absolutely. I have that she won DC.
Yeah.
Don't have that here with the AP, but again, we're going from all different sources.
Yeah. I have that too. New York Times, NBC, CBS have all called DC for her.
Well,
CNN called DC for her.
Chocolate City. You know that.
Well, it's not as chocolate as it used to be.
That's true. That's true. That is.
It's a little more beige.
Blurple.
But,
it's going blurple.
Yeah. Wayne Harris says, wait for the Midwest to close.
Right.
So
hey, Wayne Harris.
I'll tell you when some of those polls close. At 8:30, the only poll that's going to close is Arkansas. And then at 9 p.m., you're going to get New York, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, Wyoming, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and Louisiana. And the 9 o'clock hour could be good for her because she will pick up Minnesota likely, New York for sure. Michigan and Wisconsin are in that hour, so that's really important. But what's also interesting here, she picks up Arizona and New Mexico. That'll be great. But Iowa is important because there's that woman who has predicted Iowa for all these past presidential elections, and she predicted that Kamala Harris would win by 4 points.
All right. Okay. Wayne Harris also says, hello, everyone. Just on a Zoom with my team until 9:30. Hey, you've got Wayne, okay, so Wayne, if you're on a Zoom till 9:30, if we're still live at 9:30, message me. And speaking of which, another man has joined.
Hey, Ryan.
Ryan Knight. What is going
Hey,
on?
brother.
Good to see everyone. Good to see everyone. I'm going to be kind of in and out as the night progresses. I am heading to an in-person watch party that's happening in Scarborough. So when I get there, I'll pop back in so I can show you what people are chatting about.
That's awesome.
So this is how much of impact this election is having. So here in the Greater Toronto area, people are having watch parties.
Wow.
I love it.
Absolutely. I submit that you all also have to care, because
Yeah,
this affects you very, very much, particularly. I mean, worldwide, yes, but when we look at North America, North Americans have to care. If you are Mexican, if you are Central American, if you are Canadian, you have to care and hope that it goes the right way, because it will not bode well for you if it does not.
Yeah, well, but
watching in Ottawa, man. People are watching in Ottawa, the watch parties. People are, and when I say people, including the politicians, they're nervous. They're nervous because they know. They know.
Wayne Harris says, copy that, so we may see him at 9:30 if we're still around. Aisha says 45-1 Florida is expected, so AP is also saying that. Fitness IQ Cam says, evening, everyone. And Wayne Harris says 80% of Canadian exports go to the U.S. So if tariffs are hit, that's going to really have a hit on the Canadian economy.
Well, that's the big thing, right? Because China is the target right now, but you already tried to blow up NAFTA, and it turned into something that wasn't totally terrible, I don't think, for Canada. But if the agenda is for the U.S. to start charging and taxing people that are bringing things into the U.S., Canada has a target on our back to increase or adjust this free trade that we currently have. So we definitely, like Dr. Tachi said, have to be invested in what's going on down south. But more on a positive note, if things shift the way of Kamala Harris, this could usher in a completely new renaissance for the United States and definitely our relationship with Canada, because that's going to change a lot of the feeling of the relationship, beyond what's actually going to tactically happen. Just the feeling between the two countries, I think, is going to, like, right now it's a decision between chaos and empathy. And it's wild how many people are fine with chaos. Like, it's been nothing but chaos since 2016. And there's at least 75 million Americans that are okay with chaos. That, to me, is what is really mind-blowing.
That's frightening. Yes. Yes.
And you know what the whole thing is? They think, well, it doesn't affect me. So all of these things that have come out in terms of what he has said is like, oh, it's not my group. It's not my. So the chaos is not mine. When the chaos comes to your front door, now it's a problem. Now it's a problem because you're a floating river of garbage or now it's a problem. Now, and I'm not saying that to be rude about this, but for too long, too many groups have turned a blind eye to all of that chaos because it wasn't at their front door. So now he brought it to your front door and dropped it like a bag of garbage. Now what?
Yeah. That was such a wake-up call, I believe, for all of us. I never will forget how close the last election was, and just turning to my husband and saying, wow, we were lulled into this sleep that America was better than what we actually are seeing now. You now have to start side-eyeing who you're looking at. I have actually decided I've had to put people in different pockets now. Like I have to be very careful what I say to you, because just like you said, Dr. Tachi, if you're voting against someone that you claim that you love, then I have a problem with you. Why would I stand up and fight for someone who wouldn't do so for me?
You don't love me. You love you. That's the thing. They don't love you. They love them. You love them. They love them.
Little old me and my little open heart. You know, I
Allow
thought
me,
one of
allow
them
me to,
parts was like everybody's good. No, no,
Go
no.
ahead, Cesar. Go ahead, Cesar.
allow me the question, and of course, you are the ones who are in the United States. You are notably women. You are a black woman. Do you see this election result truly leading to the end of splitting relationships, just as splitting loyalties, even among family and friends?
Yes.
Like basically irreconcilable that truly and honestly, how can I stand by you or how can we be friends when you've had 8 years or 9 years of seeing this guy and you still voted for him? My logic, kind of like what I said earlier, is to what extent can I say that I love my daughter and I would be here saying vote for this rapist? Forget insurrectionist. As a black man, how can I justify voting for a man that if I did what he did, I would be dead?
Yeah.
I would be dead on January 6th. By January 20th, I wouldn't be alive 4 years later.
Yes.
I think for us, though, I think what you see in the media, we hear about the families falling apart and the friendships and all that stuff. You're not really seeing a whole lot of that among Black people in this country, because for the most part, our families and our friends are pretty much voting the same way, because we know we know the history of this country and how it's treated us, and we know neither party's perfect, but we know which party will at least listen to us, and that we can work within. I think what you see, like, for example, I don't know very many Black people who are nervous about having family Thanksgiving this year. But ever since Trump, I know a lot of white people, or I see a lot of white people are like, oh God, I can't go this. But then they're like, well, I can't turn my back because that's my uncle. Well, I got toxic relatives I don't talk to.
Right.
I have no problem doing it. I think that's a cultural thing. We have no problem cutting people off that are not good for us when we get the point that they're not good for us. On the other side, they make excuses for it. There are a lot of women here, a lot of white women who are going to vote for Harris, even though their husbands are going to vote for Trump. And I wonder, how can you be married to that person? How can you lay next to that person every night, knowing what he really like holds this person, this rapist, to this high extent, this rapist who made sure that you can't get the health care you need, but here you are having to secretly vote for someone to vote your own best interest. And these marriages, these people, they expect their wives to vote for their best interest, but not their own. It's insane to me. And I don't really see that same difference among Black people here in the country. Now, the media would have you think otherwise, that there's this big, huge divide between Black women and Black men on Kamala Harris. But Kamala Harris has, 85% of the Black male vote? That's the fact that Trump got an extra 1% of the Black male vote when he lost percentage points the last time around than he did 2016. It's not a big deal. It's just a media story. And so I think that as Black people, Black women especially, we're not so worried about those friendships and those familial relationships. I think white women are.
Okay. All right. Just want to catch up with comments. Wayne Harris says 45 is talking tariffs. Mignon Cam says all my business income is from the U.S. I already dislike filling out the U.S. tax form, the W8-BN, and whoever wins could change how I fill out that form. Aisha says Harris is eating into leads 45 had in red counties in Georgia in 2020. Wayne says chaos rewards the mediocrity of the existing majority. With the influx of illegal immigration, that number could change sooner. Thus, the concern of that said majority. And also says irreconcilable differences based on politics. Wow, it's real down there.
Yeah.
You know, here's the thing when it comes to it's very interesting when they talk about quote unquote illegal immigration, right? When they talk about these things. There are a couple of things there. And when they talk about illegal immigration, they're not talking about Canadians coming here and overstaying. It's very clear who they're talking about. Usually it's Mexicans and Central Americans that they're talking about. So the interesting thing is that they're coming, and many of them are taking on jobs, that Americans will not do. So if we look at the fruit growers and the people that pick the fruit, many of them are from Mexico and Central America, right? That come and do this. But who is giving them the jobs?
Right, exactly. And now complaining because their fields are rotting.
And usually the interesting thing is the people that are giving them the jobs tend to vote a particular way.
Yep.
Right.
So you have a problem with illegal immigration, but these are the same individuals that you are hiring to do the. I can't with you all. The fact that you really do, you just really want to go to purgatory or hell. Is that it?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But you're right, Dr. Tachi. It's like they don't want. Look, they complain about illegal immigration and saying it's a campaign issue for them, but they want it because they can pay them less.
Yes, exactly. It means, again, it's right in line, because that I could pay you less, which means more profit for me.
Guess what? Josh Stein won North Carolina. So that's a good thing for Kamala Harris. The Democrat won governorship.
Wow.
Ooh, he beat Mark Robinson bad too.
Well, we already knew Mark Robinson.
He won 58.8%. Mark Robinson so far 37%.
Mark Robinson, Cesar's boy. Cesar,
is that your friend?
Go ahead, Cesar. Come on, you got on mute on that one.
The black Nazi. You know it's bad when you self-hate. You self-hatred as a black man is such. White people are offended. Like even them are like, whoa, this is not a joke. This is too deep. I mean, no, he's despicable. And but let's be honest, this is again that facet of what Trump brings to the table.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's so much the self-hatred or the racism, but there is, Dr. Vibe, remember when he referred to white women in what was leaked, he referred to white women as by the B word.
Yeah.
And that may have been that line too far for many white people who, to be quite honest, have no issue with Trump's language because he's a white man himself. But coming from a black man, no. This guy honestly is he went too far. Like the ancestors will not welcome him when he dies.
Yeah.
He's already been excommunicated.
You could talk bad about your family members, but not somebody else.
Yeah.
That's what it was. They'll call their women the B word all they want, but not that black man.
Yeah, don't you dare.
He'll call him black man.
He thought he was a little bit kind of like, this is like Django Part 2, when the slave forgets that he's still the slave and now he thinks he's truly at the table. We're talking about inviting people at the cookout. This guy table as an equal. But he got checked out. Look at everything that Trump does and say, and yet he's still there. Robinson thought he was a little bit too much.
Yeah,
being told that he's as great as Martin Luther King. What a BS.
Yep. He's Uncle Ruckus. He has revitalized
all right. Wayne Harris says, so Wayne Harris says the planter class speaks out of both sides of their mouths. They condemn illegals, but they use them. He also has asked, will white women choose women's rights over party lines?
Hey, tell Wayne Harris to get off that Zoom and join us, because clearly he's not paying attention in whatever Zoom call he's in. So he might as well just come onto the call.
But that is a question, though, because remember last time.
I'm playing.
No, still remember, it's 2020. We thought they got it the first time, but in 2020, even more of them voted for Trump than they did in 2016. But maybe now because they're dying.
It has to come to your front door, and it has to affect you directly. I mean, all we have to do is look at who was it that was it Cheney? The daughter vehemently against LGBTQIA plus rights. But then is it the daughter that is LGBTQIA plus? Oh, now it's okay. So as long as it doesn't affect you, you can be against it. The moment it's somebody you know or love or care about, oh, now, well, okay, it's okay now. I have had it with the both sides of the mouth type of thing.
Yeah.
You're disingenuous. And you know what? I hate to say it like this, but do we feel that America is a failed experiment? It seems like it.
It's more like a runaway experiment. Like the thesis of America has become so powerful that when it's now derailed, it can't be checked. Like it has a strong enough military and influence around the world that no matter how far off it goes, it still holds those trump cards, like for lack of a better term. So even though the experiments failed, it's Frankenstein kind of out of control. Who's going to put it in check? And it's killed its master already, and now it's just kind of running amok. And how do you get it back on the rails? Like that's what I think. Whatever they're trying to do, or Kamala Harris coming in, or whoever the next after this election cycle, it's how does the essence of America and what they try to portray themselves as actually become the actionable things that they do. Right now, it's all just rhetoric. Like, how does it get back to the actions of what they're saying that they want to be?
Yeah. I think what we're seeing right now in everything that we've been experiencing since 2016 is a direct result of people holding in their anger and angst about Barack Obama winning, white people specifically.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that if Kamala Harris wins, of course they're going to still feel that way, but it's going to be more muted, because I think there's going to be that no nonsense thing that she's going to give off as that motherly thing that the look that you're not going to, this is what we're not going to do. And I think that the way that it's going to come off in terms of how she deals with other leaders outside of this country and how she deals with people that way, that it's going to have to be us seeing ourselves from outside of the country and seeing how other people perceive her, for people to kind of be like, oh, wait a second, maybe this is what we need. I'm not sure that Americans have this sense of self-awareness to this degree, mostly because I think that our social media has pretty much ruined a lot of the things that we used to have, this country specifically, because everybody has this desire for fame. But I do think that she will be able to kind of rein things in a way that Barack Obama couldn't, being the first. She's been the first female vice president and first Black female vice president. So going into this as first female president, it's going to be a first for the country, but not for her. She's had a lot of firsts. So I think that she'll step into this role a bit differently, and the expectations of her will be so low that I think people will be fantastically surprised that she doesn't live down to those expectations.
But this is the interesting things. The expectations are so low, but you have high hopes for him. I don't understand, but there's always, I'm not surprised, because there's always been a discounting of Black women who are over adept when it comes to not just leadership roles, but things in general. I mean, all you have to do is just look at the workplaces and see how you often have to prove that you belong in those spaces. You have to prove that you're at, and again, I've worked at some universities and I'm like, why are you here and I know I'm more adept than you, but there's this whole thing, even though, people think academic space, Aisha, academic spaces are like something else.
Especially for Black women.
Especially for Black women, right. And so there's this constant questioning of your research, constant questioning of your work. Yeah, you can sit there and be sub-mediocre and subpar, and it's not a problem. But we always have to be 10 times as excellent. And part of the thing is, it continues to be the case. And I don't know that we could say, oh, well, we're not going to do this anymore. We're not going to keep proving. I don't know that we can say we're not going to do that. But part of the reason it continues is because we continue to prove ourselves and say, well, we belong here because.
Yeah.
All right.
Instead of saying you don't belong here because.
Go ahead, Cesar.
I would like to come back on the comment about the American experiment, whether it's failing. And I mean, let us dare to be honest here, because it is not anti-American to say that America being born by blood, aka violence. For those who don't know, the Boston Tea Party was actually orchestrated as a manipulation. It was not, it was basically, like so many revolutions, you need to find an excuse to get people riled up for the interest of a small minority. And then people just jump in. But the country being born by blood and violence, notice what happened. All men are born free and equal, except for blacks.
Mm-hmm.
And then as rights are given progressively, every group, in order to get rights, has to fight for it. Now we are at a stage where, 16 years ago, that was 40 years after Martin Luther King, Obama, first black man. Now we are at the stage of fighting for even just the symbolism of a first black woman. So what you end up having is actually what I would say is the opposite. Trump has the lowest of expectations in terms of his presidency, which is very well illustrated by the lowest of expectations in terms of his campaign. Despite all his language, all his rhetoric, I mean, even like we just need to go even from January 6th. The Democrat Party lacked teeth. I say it, I repeat it. I have the historian Alan Lixman to back me up on this. Anyone else on January 6th, if not January 20th, would have been arrested, especially if he was Obama, would have incited an insurrection because he can't accept that he lost. The Democrats are notably complicit to the fact that Trump, and of course, bringing up the charges against them in court 2 or 3 years after, thus making it look like it's political persecution. Meanwhile, for Kamala Harris, in the shortest span, shortest span of 3 months, having to rise to the occasion and having the highest of expectations upon her, because first and foremost, beyond the history of being the first black woman, she is a woman first. In the patriarchal system, if you, a woman, dare to come sit at the table of men, you cannot be average. You have to be as good, if not better, than the men. And on top of that, her intersectionality includes being black and a former prosecutor and a former vice president. All achievements, power to her. But guess what? She basically ends up having to be flawless, having to overperform. Meanwhile, we got this orange man, despite his long history. Again, why would Ronald Reagan, as Richard Nixon and Bush father, could they even have thought of such a man representing the party that they took to the presidency and they died being known as Republican president? I don't think so. I think he needs to create his own party called the MAGA party, because even in terms of Republicans, and I'm taking, for example, the Georgia lieutenant governor who basically sided with Harris. I'm taking Liz Cheney. I'm taking so many Republicans. Even like he's on another level, and as such, kind of in philosophy, the light only goes as far as the shadow. The shadow of Trump has been such over American politics and society that Kamala has to have that big of a light. And I mean, I hate associating the shadow with someone like Trump, as you are black people, you know what I mean? But philosophically, this is how serious it is. And I can only see, whether he wins or not, the years of Trump will be case studies in terms of the evolution and downfall of America.
Okay. I want to catch up on comments. And Ryan Knight said in our chat he has to jump off, but he'll be back shortly because he wants to be back. He also told so Wayne Harris goes, shh, Ryan, don't tell people I'm on another Zoom. Wayne Harris, I'm gonna get to Wayne has a question. I get back to it. He just says Angela Ashbrooks won the Maryland Senate. Hello, Michelle Hayward. What's going on? Dr. Tachi says, hey, Michelle. And she goes, of course you're excited. Those Bisons. Real Dangle says, tiring SMH. It's a long night. So if you're tired now, go to bed now. All right. And LaLa says to Michelle, hey, girl, hey. Wayne has a question. Is there a bigger question? Was integration the wrong goal? Was closing our tables to sit at their best move for their culture?
Go ahead.
Before you go to that, the right to abortion passed in Florida.
Oh,
yes. I knew it was going to.
It was going to.
If you saw the amount of indoctrination we got in terms of ads, etc., every 5 minutes.
Every 5 minutes.
Every
and
5
text
minutes
messages every 1 minute.
Exactly. Even on something like YouTube. So I'm not always watching regular linear TV. I'm on YouTube. They're there and you cannot skip.
Wow, that is interesting. That is interesting.
I don't think Ron DeSantis approves.
You know he doesn't. You know he's pissed.
Wow. Oh, you know he is. That's a big platform.
The Clantis?
The Satan.
Yeah, when I'm in Melbourne, that's all you see is out there. Thank you, DeSantis. Thank you for DeSantis. And all I see is the Satan.
So, and see, here's the funny thing, right? At 59% in, they need 60% to pass this Amendment 3 to legalize marijuana. Now, mind you, there are more people that say yes at 59% in, but they called it for no. That's the part I don't get.
Yeah.
When they only need 60% to pass it.
Wow. Yeah. So Michelle Hayward says, no, not text messages every 5 minutes. Oh gosh. Wow. That is interesting. That really, wow. That is a very interesting swerve and turn. Vote for 45, but over to prolong the abortion window. Yeah. That is interesting. I think one of the things I also want to ask you all is that are people realizing when they vote the impact it will have with the future of the Supreme Court?
I think they're more aware now than they were before.
Yeah.
Right. But I don't think that is the average American's. Oh, the Supreme Court. It's not. Right. I don't think that is top of mind. Right. Again, we are very linear in our thinking, and we cannot draw conclusion. I don't know what happened in school. Yes, I do. But we don't know how to draw conclusions from things.
Yeah. So I think what confuses people about the Supreme, not to interrupt you, but I think what confuses people about the Supreme Court is that because we have so many courts before you get to the Supreme Court, that the Supreme Court, they get to pick and choose the cases that they'll take. They only take certain cases that are going to set precedent, that have mostly a constitutional impact, okay, or something with the Constitution. So these other things that lower courts make rulings on affect people's lives more directly, instantaneously than the Supreme Court things do. Because the thing is that before these cases even get to the Supreme Court, they've been challenged in the lower courts back and forth. And so by the time that I think people more likely, when people think of court, they think of the courts that they see, the things that they're impacted by: traffic court, small claims court, civil court, the local courts, before they think of the Supreme Court.
Got it.
Can I go back to Wayne's question about the segregate or integration? And it's interesting because my professor at Howard, Dr. Richard Wright, said there's no such thing as integration, it's desegregation. So, because you're never really fully, quote, integrated, and that has been shown. To to that question, what was that to your question? Was that the wrong thing? In a sense, I think it was inevitable because it was almost forced. All you have to do is look at the fact that quote, separate but equal was not profitable for people because they saw the buying power, they saw the organizational power, they saw things like Black Wall Street and the thriving Black cities that were happening across the South and elsewhere. They saw places like Harlem and Black owned businesses. If you're separate, that means we don't get part of that. So it was not to the advantage to keep this separate but equal thing. So what do? You do things like burn down what is there. You do things like decimate and destroy and put up taxes and tariffs, etc., so that they cannot thrive. So in a sense, that was something that was forced. So you say you want separate and unequal. You say you want things separate, but it's costing you financially. So now that you've built something of your own that we told you to do because we don't want you here, now we have to burn it down because we really want you over here. Plus, there's the indoctrination of teaching you that white ice is colder. So you would want to be over here because it's going to be better for you over here. So there's that mental thing, and then there's the physical. There's a mental burning down and the physical burning down. I don't know if that answers, but that's the way I see it.
No problem.
The other thing, a lot of people don't know this, but America, USA was geopolitically forced to end segregation because of the Cold War context, in which 1960, year of Africa, you have all these African countries becoming independent. At the United Nations, but also for commerce, they were going to be siding with the red bloc of USSR and China. Mm-hmm. So basically, by solidarity with the African Americans, remember Malcolm X, Maya Angelou, and especially Martin Luther King had come to Ghana, 1957, first African independent state out of colonization. So they were forced. The issue, to answer our brother, and I say this, it is not integration the problem, it's what you do with integration. And as one will often address religion, I assure you of this. You see this notably very well in Europe, but pretty much in far too many communities where the black dollar will be spent in communities that share the same faith, but that are not black, aka white Christians, white Muslims. Meanwhile, the same black person will hesitate to use the dollar to support another black-owned business that don't share the same faith, but share the same race. So it is kind of the ideology in a subconsciousness of what, in terms of integration, we tend to identify ourselves first. Far too many black people see themselves first as American, Muslims, Christians, etc., before seeing themselves first and foremost as black. You go to Africa, white people see themselves first as white. They don't see themselves first as French or German or Italian. Arabs, same thing. So it's not integration the problem. There's nothing wrong with going to a white school or going to living in a white neighborhood. I live in a white neighborhood. But if because of that you have a mindset that I don't date black women, I must be with a white woman to show my trophy, then you have a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Okay, just catching up on more comments. Michelle says on Facebook, no, most voters don't realize they understand the Supreme Court justice's assignment. I mentioned this to at least 10 of my friends, and only an AKA knew this. Real Jangle, thumbs up. Minnie San Cam says, activists know the vote is linked to the Supreme Court. My activist friends are voting early and gearing up to cry for both parties if they win because they know the fight is not over. Michelle says U.S. Supreme Court. Then there are state Supreme Courts as well. She also says Judge Judy. And Aisha says Harris wins Delaware. So we are right up to date with comments. If you don't know what you've got yourself into, we are doing a live watch party for the U.S. election, broadcasting live on a number of different online platforms on November 5th. As I look here, what we have up to date, most recently, this is just AP, 4,501 electoral votes, has about 19 million votes, 53.6% of the popular vote. Ms. Harris has 71 electoral seats, 16 million, a little over 16 million votes, 45.3% of the popular vote.
Right. She actually has the potential to pick up possibly 100 electoral votes after the 9 o'clock hour.
Well, right now, if you're a Harris supporter, I'd say you're looking, well, New York will go that to her. Right now, according to the AP, they're saying she is ahead in Pennsylvania and Michigan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Pennsylvania will give her 19 if she wins, Michigan 15 electoral votes. What we're really looking for, though, I mean, in terms of the big numbers, is she picks up those swing states, she's fine. But remember, New York, California has the most at 54. So that's going to be a big, to quote Trump, a big dump into her pile.
Yeah, and then also Texas is trending red. So it's going to be it right now for me looking Michigan and Pennsylvania. That's the Michigan, Pennsylvania. Georgia right now is trending red, but Michigan, for Ms. Harris to still have a fighting chance, just in my lens, she has to carry Michigan and Pennsylvania. If she doesn't win both of those, it's done.
But if she wins both of them, it's done too. Because it looks like she's going to carry North Carolina. So if she wins both of those and North Carolina, it's a done deal.
But MAGA logic is that Trump is so far ahead at 840 that as he gets close, just like he did 4 years ago, as he gets closer and closer by the time, he will use that as an argument to claim that there must have been cheating for him if he did win.
Right. When half the country hasn't even reached their 8 o'clock hour to close their polls, right? We've got 2 time zones that haven't even closed yet.
Many on campus, AP is showing Alexa results won't be available until tomorrow at 1 a.m. So we are better off to sleep and react tomorrow. I have a feeling by then we'll have a pretty good idea. I think by probably, well, I'm not going to say anything. The night I'm just looking on the map right now. Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania might come in a little later. They're not anticipating to probably like 11 or 12. And the reason for that was that they recalibrated the machines in Philadelphia because they didn't want to be accused of cheating. And that was about 5 o'clock. And that was they already counted 30,000 early votes. So they're behind on their early vote count just in Philadelphia.
Well, I want to, let's see. Now, an unfortunate thing happened here. I'm just taking a look at, okay, something that happened. So unfortunately, this is a report 39 minutes ago. 2 election workers it's updating so fast here. Sorry about that. Let me just see if I can find it. 2 election workers in southern Missouri died when their cars were swept away by a fast flooding creek. The deaths were among 5 in Missouri. It's always changing here because they got So in Wright County, vehicles driven by a 7-year-old man and a 73-year-old woman were swept away by flooding Beaver Creek around 4:30 a.m. Tuesday, the Missouri State Highway Patrol said. The bodies were found more than 4 hours later. So our condolences.
Yeah.
Okay, but it says, so Florida voters reject abortion rights amendment and kept in place Ron DeSantis' 6-week ban as the initiative fails to reach a required 60% threshold. The measure faced an uphill battle in the deeply red state, where 45, a Florida resident, said during the campaign that he would vote against it. So
Wait, say that again.
This is what AP is saying. Florida rejects abortion measure, further limiting access in the South. So Florida voters reject the abortion rights amendment and kept in place Governor Ron DeSantis' 6-week ban as the initiative fails to reach the required 60% threshold. The measure.
Oh, we misunderstood.
Yes, you did. This is right from AP 3 minutes ago.
But this isn't making sense because it's showing that they had 82%. So what they had to meet, they had to get 60% of the vote. Is that what it is?
Don't know, but this is from 3 minutes ago from
that makes no sense.
AP. So it's there you
they
go.
They basically have filibustered Florida.
Right. So some updates here. Cinema Canella says, okay, guys, it's looking red.
What's looking red?
Yeah, what's looking red?
She thinks that it's like the election's going to be won by 45.
No.
But the states that he's won are the typical red
the states that he's always
won.
So,
yeah, that's what
he hasn't picked up anything that he hasn't ever won before.
Right. I think the surprise would be if there was some new development or he picked up something new. To the contrary, as Aisha said, Harris is eating in to the leads that he would have normally had in places like Georgia, etc. So,
yeah, I mean, the thing of it is that for him right now, he's won states that Republicans have won the last 4 election cycles. So if he would have to pick up Michigan, he'd have to pick up Pennsylvania, he'd have to pick up North Carolina, Virginia, Wisconsin for it to really be like, oh, this is looking red. But he hasn't picked up anything that he didn't win before the last 2 election cycles.
And it really the interesting thing is it feels rushed. Is anybody getting that sense that something is rushed?
Yeah. I mean, the other part of it too is that the red states are going to report what they're going to report. The problem that we have is this: because we have all of these different states, and every state gets to run their own elections, so they get to make up their own rules about when they'll start counting early vote, whether or not they'll have early vote. Is it going to be in person? Is it going to be mail-in? It's all different. There isn't one universal thing, and that people are afraid to step into this fact that, wait, we've even diversified even more how people vote. So it's going to take longer to count because people have more ways of voting than they had in the past. But people still want to go back to that past of knowing on election night when we've increased access to how people can vote, which will take longer time because there are different methods of counting. And when things can count, you also have the states making these absurd rules about when they can start the count, when they can end the count. But again, people that are overseas and vote, they have till today to have their ballots postmarked. Their ballots won't even necessarily have to get here, but they'll have to get here and then they'll have to be counted. That's why for us, honestly, to say that we should have an election result the night of, we honestly shouldn't have an election result until December 1st.
Exactly.
Because at that point, they will have counted all the votes. Because you're right, LaLa, it does feel early. Think about it. Think about how many people who live in Mississippi get shipped overseas to the military.
Mm-hmm.
And their votes won't come in until after. And I doubt that Mississippi's going to count them.
You know they're not. Now, listen, I got a problem with the ISSIPP state, especially when they can't even handle their own people. They worried about Trump. You got so much corruption running through that state. You can't even handle your own counties. So now you sitting up here claiming victory. The governor came out and said, he won our state. No, duh. We knew exactly what you are.
And Minnie makes a good suggestion. Can we wait until 10:30 before we say who won? But even at 10:30 Eastern time, it's still early because California is not going to close their polls until
Right.
it's like 11 p.m. midnight here. So that's, I mean, that's the problem with, us saying that, people also are nostalgic for the year that Reagan won all the states but one in the District of Columbia. And so at that point, when he won state after state after state after state after state, it was okay to call it for him because he reached 270 before the even other half of the country was counted, right? But we're not there anymore.
All right. So Michelle says it's called the Red Mirage. And I said, as Aisha mentioned, can we wait until 10:30 p.m. before we say who won? Michelle Hayward says Republicans usually do early voting, so their ballots are often counted early. And she goes, I was waiting for LaLa to say, quote, crooked letter, unquote.
Crooked letter.
Back. Go ahead.
Aisha.
I looking at this whole thing, it's like how did we get here? I want to go back a little bit. The Republican Party did this to themselves.
Yep.
So we absolutely do have members of the Republican Party who are like, okay, what is going on here? But that's because you were trying to keep people out of the country club. And when they were not looking at the constituents in the sticks. You cared about people with money. You cared about the right people. You cared about those types of things. And you left those other individuals out on the outskirts. Well, at some point, people who are continuously left on the outskirts are going to get tired. And anyone who slick talks them into, well, we care about you. You get a tea party that arises. So when you ignore a certain faction of your own party, you wonder why there's revolution and rebelling. That's what this is. So now you're like, well, what happened? That's what happened.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I mean, the thing of it is that like Michelle said, it's the Red Mirage. Because remember they said there was going to be a red tsunami, and they were all buckled in, and like they started getting the results back in 2022, and then what happened? By 9 o'clock, it started to taper off. The tsunami started to recede, and it became more of like a red trickle.
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly. But again, this whole process is very interesting because this never happened before. It's happening now, where you're looking at people voting, and it's not just a vote for a candidate, it's a vote against, using myself as an example, this is a vote against me.
That's right. And that's my issue. I have so many problems with this. There's way more at stake here than people are just thinking, oh, jump and all that. No, there is way more at stake that is deeply rooted in hate and power.
It is.
That is what is disgusting. And that's what it hurts, because let's be very honest. You love your country. But you don't want to see them burn. But sometimes it has to. And I'm telling y'all, this is a Phoenix thing. America is burning. And it's going to be a long time before we see that Phoenix fly again.
But though, what you guys said, the two of you said something very important, because I've been looking at, as we've been doing all this, and I keep going back, and whenever they mention a state that he won, I look at how Biden did in that state. I also looked at how Obama did. In those southern states, the degree of hatred for this Black woman, it shows that there's a degree of hatred for Black women, period, in the South still, because she's losing by larger amounts than Joe Biden in those southern states.
The feeling is mutual, witches.
Ouch.
But 2 to 3%. So, for example, in Mississippi, even though they only have 4% in, they have her at 41.3%. But I believe I saw it was Joe Biden won by 43 or lost by 43%. So you're seeing these bigger gaps in these southern states, but in these other states where he won, she cut into his lead in some of these counties. Like in Georgia, some of these red counties, she cut into his lead by like 4 or 5 points.
That's a lot. That really does say a lot.
So Michelle says Gen X had fun ways to learn to spell and do math, as well as to learn civics. Quote, I'm just a bill, unquote. And Michelle also goes, people in the margins, i.e. marginalized people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and that's the thing. I think there's less interest now by media companies to provide the education, even though it is mandated that a certain amount of your programming needs to be educational. It's not as clear cut as it was like in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So now you don't have those types of things. I think there's also not necessarily the interest by some of these producers who were doing these things to produce that type of programming. So we had it, and all we have to do is look at just the level of things we had. We had Reading Rainbow. Mm-hmm. We had, as you said, the Schoolhouse Rock. All these little things. Sorry, say again. Electric Company. Right. There was a lot out there. And then because of funding, look at Sesame Street was the premier way that's how the hell I learned to speak Spanish. Mm-hmm. And French, because I was also on the Canadian border. So I got Spanish and French Sesame Street. So you look at these things, and now HBO or Max, I should say, owns Sesame Street. Mm-hmm. So you only get to see Sesame Street new episodes 9 months after they've premiered on Max. So we've taken the very foundations of educational children's programming, and now it's held by a for-profit company. But why? Because nonprofit is hard.
Yeah.
Right.
But even during our youth, the for-profit companies that were making these things, it was more profitable, like you were saying. For example, it's not really profitable now because kids get a tablet as soon as they can stand up. Mm-hmm. And so everything is digital, which is produced inexpensively, and it's inexpensive to make these subscriptions. Whereas, remember the Cabbage Patch thing, right? Oh. Well, remember Saturday morning cartoons, they could teach us something, but they could also advertise to us. Kids don't play with things the same way that we used to. Mm-hmm. So parents aren't expending as much money because guess what? Oh, I'll just, I've got Google, so I'm just going to download all the free games for my kids. And guess what? They don't have anymore that we had. Saturday morning cartoons. Every Saturday, you knew what kids were going to be. When did Schoolhouse Rock come on? Saturday morning. When they were advertising toys and candy and all that, and cereal and all that stuff toward kids.
Well, kids don't watch linear television anymore. No. They're watching, so there's no incentive for them to advertise those types of things because they're not watching that. Kids are looking to social for their things. Right. They're watching YouTube. They're watching TikTok. That is where they are. They are not in front of ABC looking at a hanker for a hunk of cheese. They are not. That's not where they are.
And also, too, it's also enabled our kids to lose their imagination. I think that's where we start getting into that conversation about why voting for our generation is different, because we can see the possibilities. We can imagine possibilities. There's too much reality for little kids these days. They don't have to imagine what the world could look like when they're too busy trying to see what it is right now.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to jump in with some more comments. Michelle says, Spanish on Sesame Street helped me in Colombia because all I could do was count at my big age at 45 years old. old. Minion Cam says, when I was in high school, they made civics half credit with careers. I always fell asleep when civics class brought in the TV. My teacher asked me to wait 10 minutes before I doze off. Those toy commercials got us good as kids. She also says they made a cartoon shown around the whole toy. And then Michelle
they made cartoons around a lot of toys.
Lots of toys.
Rubik's Cube, Munchie Cheese, Hubert.
G.I. Joe, He-Man, She-Ra. I could go on.
On and on.
Smurfs, Cabbage Patch Kids, Smurfs,
Yes.
All of them.
Rainbow
Strawberry Shortcake, Care Bears, all of them.
So Michelle says many devices are moving away from having free ads because they want subscriptions. Most Black Americans don't have access to high-speed internet, thus further impacting our education. And she also says gem and hologram.
Oh,
Yo!
I love gem.
I love Gem and the Holograms.
Me too. Oh my God.
Okay. And Cesar is back after he kissed his daughter and put her to bed. He is back. We're coming to another top of the hour.
Yeah, I used to know the Gem theme song by heart.
I know it still.
Oh my God.
So
I used to watch it as a kid in the 80s in France. So
did you?
Yeah, they had many of the cartoons that you had here.
On
Cartoon Network. They had them.
So okay. So there's been an update, but we're gonna run a quick break and we're gonna catch you all up because there's been a little bit of a change I've seen on the map. So wait, we'll just catch up in 30 seconds. Primetime Saturday with Aisha and LaLa. Join Aisha K. Staggers and LaLa Key as they cut through the chaos and make some sense of the nonsense in American news and politics.
That's not a big enough sample to even say that this is representative of anything.
Sharp insights, bold opinions, and a touch of humor. It's the show that keeps you informed and entertained.
Those polls have you thinking, I don't need to go there.
Don't miss Primetime Saturday with Aisha and LaLa. Tune in and stay ahead of the headlines. Okay, you are watching a live watch party for the U.S. election. We have Aisha K. Staggers, LaLa Key, and Dr. Tachi, Black Queens from the United States of America. We have Cesar Ndema-Moussa, Black King from Canada, will be joined again in a little while by Ryan O'Neill Knight, and we may even have Wayne Harris come on, and I'm based in Toronto. So before we went on our quick break, New York, according to AP, New York went to Kamala Harris.
Of course.
But now a number of states, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, have gone to 45. Oklahoma's gone to 45. I don't know what that Iowa right now 45 is leading. So again, it's coming down. So right now 45, according to the AP map, 45 has 120 electoral votes, about 23 and a half, a little over 23,500 votes, 52.7% of the popular vote. Ms. Harris has 99 electoral votes, about 20.7 million votes, 46.1%. So the popular vote has been staying basically the same for most of the night. 45 has been around 53. Ms. Harris earlier on was at 43. She's kicked up to now almost 46%, but there's still a gap of 21 electoral seats. So this is why now even more so Michigan, Pennsylvania, key, and of course, and so it's the next hour and a half or so, things are going to get real. Things are going to get real.
Well, right now it looks like AP on this and online is saying that he's got 120.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And the rest, they have New York Times and some of these others are calling it at 154 for him. That's the projected at 9 o'clock. But again, going back to what we were saying before, none of this is unexpected because these are all the states that he had won before. We're really waiting for that upset.
What up?
If there's going to be one. I doubt there is. I think that there's about 12 states that are closing now. And so we're going to see this bump for her here. with these 12 that are closing.
So Michelle said, how many states are reporting? A number of them. And then
9 o'clock, I can tell you what states they are.
She says, come through Pittsburgh and Philly.
Yep.
Right now, the whole night for Ms. Harris is right now basing on 2 states. Again,
Right.
to me, Michigan and Pennsylvania. If she doesn't carry both of them, her night is done, in my opinion. Yep, her night is done. She has to carry both those states. If she doesn't, her night is done, because Texas will probably go red, but if California will go blue, that will offset Texas.
Texas has gone red. He won Texas.
There you go.
And
Yeah.
the 40 electoral vote.
That's the projection. But here's the thing, though. They're calling Georgia too close, North Carolina too close. But if she doesn't get Pennsylvania or Michigan, if she gets North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada, that makes up for losing Michigan and Pennsylvania.
But it's a tall order.
The numbers, huh?
To me, that's a tall order.
Well, North Carolina, it looks like it's leaning her way, and Nevada is leaning her way.
Okay, so you and I are watching different platforms, because AP still has 45 going red.
Which going red?
North Carolina has 45 leading.
It actually has it in pink, but
yeah,
but that's with I can tell you what percentage of the votes on, according to 270 to win. That is just with, they're not even at 50% of the vote yet in the county in North Carolina. So again, remember the rural counties has smaller populations. Those will get counted first, and those will get reported first. So like, for example, North Carolina, the Charlotte and Raleigh areas haven't been counted.
Okay, so Aisha, let me ask you, how big of a challenge would Ms. Harris have if she doesn't carry Pennsylvania and Michigan?
If she doesn't carry Pennsylvania, there are other routes to go. Donald Trump, however, has to carry Pennsylvania. He has to. He doesn't have other routes. She's got a couple of different routes to 270. He doesn't.
Okay.
He's got to go those traditional routes.
Okay. Minnie on Cash says Colorado turn blue. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So I think the next hour and a half is going to say a lot. It's going to say a lot. I think I have a feeling that by 11 o'clock, we'll have a pretty good indicator where this race is going to go. And Ms. Harris, I will say that she has picked up more in the popular vote count. She's beginning to close the gap a little bit in regards to the popular vote, because 45 has had the same percentage of popular vote for most of the night, around 53%. And as I said earlier on, Ms. Harris, according to AP, she started like 43% going. She's going to have a tough road if she's going to win this. But now it's up to 46%. But again, I'm just watching Michigan and Pennsylvania. And then right now in 3 states, Colorado, Kansas, and Missouri, she's leading, which again is early. Yeah, so it's going to be, so the next 2 to 2.5 hours are critical for Ms. Harris. Critical for Ms. Harris. Absolutely. Cesar, anything you want to comment on?
No, I think, but I mean, you said it yourself, right? How it began with Trump leading,
right,
and how it's turning out slowly but surely with Kamala picking up more and more votes, and ultimately more and more electoral votes.
They just gave him Mississippi. They just gave him another state, so he is now 45. Now has 137 electoral votes.
Right.
Mississippi, of course.
Yep.
Right.
See, these are not unexpected.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like I said, if he wins Pennsylvania, then we need to get worried.
Well, I think you may want It's early. It's early, but he is leading in Minnesota.
But they haven't gotten. But these again, it goes back to what I said that because they're reporting those smaller places. The places that have big metropolises, like Michigan's going to take forever. Minnesota, they got St. Paul and Minneapolis.
Mm-hmm.
Those are populations that are going to have large people of color percentages and things. That'd be like somebody reporting the Connecticut ballots and them not counting Hartford, New Haven, or Bridgeport yet. Of course it would look like Trump would win Connecticut. So I think that's an issue. Milwaukee is going to take a long time.
Mm-hmm.
The reason we don't have a result in North Carolina yet is because they're trying to count Charlotte, Raleigh, Durham area, those college towns too. And so, like for example, in what they're reporting out right now in North Carolina are just the individual counties. So all the red counties, they're reporting. These blue counties haven't been counted yet, and there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's about 8 or 9 counties that haven't even counted yet in North Carolina. In a state like North Carolina, they've got over 100 counties.
Exactly.
Like my state has 6 counties. Okay, I live in a state with just 6 counties.
Connecticut is small.
Very small. Second smallest.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at different platforms here. It says Senator Rick Scott will win. 45 slams Oprah and Fox News after voting.
Well, that's because right now he thinks he's winning again.
Well, it's it's crunch time for the Harris campaign right now.
Well, you got to, because here's the other thing. What they did was they gave him reliably the states that he won. If you dumped California in her column, they'd be tied.
Exactly.
Her big poll hasn't even come in yet. So if you dump California in, which she's likely to win, they'd be tied. Actually, she'd have more.
Okay.
Let's not forget that all analysts were talking about Trump reaching 48% of votes. The question is, will it be that number? Will it be over 50%? And how would that look like in terms of the electoral college? So it's 9-12.
Yeah.
We really know 10-30, 11, aka notably when California votes will come in. That's when we'll know.
You want to know how unreliable this is? Is that AP has her at 99 and him at 120 or whatever it is. But NBC has her at 30 and him at 102. So everybody is you got to remember too how our news organizations call it. They all have their own internal organization on the ground to determine when to call, and they each call at a certain percentage. That's why you'll see. That's why, for example, Fox will call some things earlier than some of these other places. Well, like AP is calling earlier than NBC, which is calling later than USA Today and New York Times.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't even have a uniform way of determining.
It's always chaos.
Of determining when you give make a projected winner.
So looking now at the,
who's calling Trump now? You got to give more information. Are you calling Trump now?
Yeah, it's a troll.
So
no, don't mind. Please don't address none.
So
I only saw the last one.
So it's interesting, and talking about like news coverage, because right now, CNN has 45 at 154 in the Electoral College, and Ms. Harris at 30.
Exactly.
Yeah, CNN is like really behind, like you were saying with the
Now,
news
They're,
organization.
look, they're way behind with her, but way up with him. And CNN, you got to remember, the owner of CNN has a reason to do this.
Absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. We have to remember
He's a Trump supporter, and he's a fan of Trump. Because guess what? The votes for the things for her that came in, how is it that they stopped counting the states for her, but they kept counting the states for him?
So, okay. Jen says he just won Texas, and
yes,
just giving him.
Unsurprisingly, yeah.
And so,
absolutely. So, looking at, are we frozen? Dr. Vibe is. So, looking at, there are so many different maps. So, I'm looking at this map now. This is from Google, and so projections will be Michigan and Pennsylvania for her.
That's it. That's what it comes down to.
Also Missouri, Kansas, and Colorado for her.
Yeah, because again, if she doesn't carry Michigan and Pennsylvania, it's over. I can't.
Well, this is the projections now. You ought to be pulling for her. I'm telling you, Dr. Vibe, because you're Canadian. This affects you too.
It affects her in a big way.
Huge.
I'm just saying now because I think whatever happens, it's a mess.
Okay, so here's the thing. For example, right now, right? Guess what? Fox News right now is calling. It says that she has 113 and he has 195. So that's why none of this it's all arbitrary. But this is some good news. Is this for Congress?
Yes, Alabama.
In Alabama, Shamari Figures, Democrat, beat the Republican for Congress in Alabama. Black man. House District 2. So that's a good pickup. We picked up a House seat. We flipped a House seat.
That's good.
Which was very necessary. That's because guess what? There's more than just the presidential race. You also got to look at these House seats in these states that have been calling their thing.
Passing of laws in the budget.
The
places where the laws and the budget go through.
Exactly. But also too, because even if Kamala wins, she's gonna need a house.
Right. Exactly. That's what we have to realize. So people are so fixated on the presidential race, you forget you need to have support when it comes to those things.
That's right.
And even if Trump wins, we need a Democratic House to stop the madness and not give him the money.
So I'm just reading some expert analysis from CNN. One gentleman, Harriet 10, says, looking. Oh, geez, I just pressed this thing. Okay. Let me just see. Let me just see if I can find it here. I had some stuff here and I fortunately lost it. But it just seems that 45 is getting more votes this time around than he did last time, like popular votes. It looks like he's going to trend.
But see, for example, right?
The population increases also. It's okay.
Let me tell you this. For example, I'm looking at Fox News, right? Fox News called Nebraska for Trump at, I think it's like 40% or so of the vote in. But Kamala Harris has 10 more percentage points than him. But they called it for Trump. And so this is why none of this is going to make any sense until we get to California.
Absolutely.
Because look, in my state, they called it for Harris, but only 7.6% of the vote is in.
So here's a story from Jeff Zeleny from CNN. It's about 2 minutes ago. The headline is Harris is watching returns as she braces for a tough fight for the, quote, blue wall, unquote, states aides say. Vice President Kamala Harris is watching the returns at the Naval Observatory, in Washington, D.C., and having a family dinner, aide said, even as she works the phones and is in constant contact with her campaign war room in Wilmington. Harris remains upbeat and optimistic, particularly in the turnout reports across, quote, the blue wall, unquote. But the campaign is also bracing for a long night ahead. One advisor said the tight race unfolding tonight was always expected, and the campaign is not seeing anything unexpected. That, however, does not mean they like everything they are seeing, as they increasingly believe that, quote, the blue wall states offer the best path to the White House. As Nebraska polls close, the Harris campaign is confident the blue dot in the state's 2nd congressional district. Quote, now we just need the blue wall to go with it, a top Democratic advisor said, tells CNN. So she's bracing. Because she knows.
Wait. Let me ask you a question. This is me putting on my journalist cap. Is that writer's observation or their opinion?
I just
because to say that she's bracing, does it mention that they spoke to someone in her camp?
I picked out of the story. I went to something else. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No, the reason I'm asking is because we've got this issue right now with more so journalism with these things. Well, she's bracing. How do you know? Did you ask?
That's conjecture.
That's exactly. But like I said, we're looking right now here. Fox News called, what was it they said? Nebraska for him. But only 29% of the vote is in. She has 55%. He's got 44%. In what way is that?
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
It's like playing with people's feelings
exactly.
on election night.
Exactly. Why are you calling that? Why are you calling that? At this point, only 29%, and I would be if I was a simpleton Trump voter watching Fox right now, I'd be asking, wait a second. If I want my guy to win,
they don't think.
Right.
They
no.
don't think.
If I want my guy to win, I at least want the numbers to show that he's winning.
I'm sorry, are you asking them to do math?
Well, but you know what? Asking them to do math would be kind of like asking these trolls to go home and mind their own business. Because we don't play that mess here. Not on this platform. But but they persist.
Because it's a sad existence. Really, you have to ask yourself if you are willing to, and this is for anything, if you're willing to go into a live stream and disrupt over anything, what kind of sad existence do you have? I really feel sorry for you. That's very sad.
Because let me tell you something. The only reason, I'm not wasting my time watching Fox News. The only thing I'm looking at is across platforms online. You please look. I don't waste my time on things that I'm just not interested in.
Absolutely, and that are not salient, and that are not well researched. That's like the lowest common denominator, and that's not to be insulting to them. It's lowest common denominator of news. It's kind of when you can't do anything else, you're sensational, so people pay attention to you. That's not news.
I agree with you, and I think it's still ridiculous that I'm looking and CNN still has her at 30 electoral votes.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
We know what's behind it. We know what's behind it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So probably I need to look at an NPR or something.
Yeah.
Do you have NPR? What are they saying?
Your 270 to win, Aisha, has, the Dems at 226 and 230 Republicans. I think they're fairly close to what we're expecting.
Right. That's why I am going between different sites, because I'd like to see how people are reporting this out. like NPR, I'm looking to see what they're saying on their site.
Yeah, I didn't see NPR. I didn't bring them up.
Okay, so we're just going to catch up on some comments here. Mini on Cam says Google is pulling it from AP. Jen said, did you hear all that Cambria County in Pennsylvania has up until 10 p.m. to vote? As long as they are in line at 10, they can stay to vote. Apparently, technical issues earlier in the day in that county.
Yes.
Law says, what? Wait, do not stay over until over and count is until the last vote. Yes, need to see those local outcomes. Cinnamon Canella says NPR, PBS, yes. Aisha says Fannie Willis won re-election. Interesting.
You know, I also find it curious that I know they do it as polls close, but because everything doesn't close at the same time,
right?
If you look at the way the map is, that kind of gives unfair advantage if you look at it. So I'm like, why would we not start waiting till all the polls close completely?
Yep.
Before we actually say anything, because then we at least have that. But when you start doing it as the polls close, it's spreading across the country, and it can give an unfair advantage either way. So I'm thinking that we need to wait. Nobody cares what I say, but I'm like, wait till everything closes before you start doing.
You hear me saying nothing, don't you? I'm not gonna worry. It's not time. It's just this whole thing is always been a mess. This is nothing new. This is how it's been. You know, when it's in the news media, people do different things. People are owned by different people, and what they're trying to do is to make it serve their audience. It's not over until it's really over, and I just do not believe that it will be tonight.
No. I just look at the math for these states that he won versus states that he's projected to win, the ones that are pink or where he's leading. And what I'm getting in the counts is those are the states he's being given, states that he hasn't won yet. He's just leaning. They're leaning red and he's leading in, but they're not giving her states that she's leading in. And this is across the board. The count is virtually unfair, and the AP is doing this because I just literally sat and did the math. There's no way that he's at where is this again? Let me get back to where I was looking at. They have him at 177 and her at 99, and her 99 hasn't moved because all of the states that they counted, they for example, now they're saying that he's leading in Virginia and North Carolina. Well, that's because they haven't counted the large metropolises. But what I'm looking at here is that in adding up the numbers, this isn't 177.
Yeah.
I don't, like I said, if Harris does not carry Michigan and Pennsylvania, it's done.
I don't think so, because she still has 4 other states that she could possibly win.
But
to make up for those 2.
The amount of electoral votes that she would lose in that.
No, but I mean, if she lost those 2, like I said, all she would have to do is pick up North Carolina, and Georgia. And the other state I was going to say was Nevada.
Oh, LaLa says exactly, Cassu. This is why I'm just laying back in the cut. And then Minnie on Cam says, yes, 99 and 178 do not add up correctly from AP. No,
because when you count all the states that are solidly red, that's not 177. Because he's got they're small numbers.
The red states have smaller numbers of electoral votes, to be honest. So,
because literally between Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana, those 5 states it's 30 points. They put like Texas he's leading in Texas, but that's why I'm following 270 to win, because they're putting it pink. They haven't put it solidly in his park. It's pink, but all these other places have counted that, just like they counted Ohio, but Ohio's not in. They counted Iowa for him, but Iowa's still not in. They counted Kansas for him. I mean, and they counted Arizona for him. So,
but you know, this.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Dr. Tachi. This method of doing contributes to the MAGA rhetoric of electoral fraud if they don't win, because it's just feeding them the notion that, of course, we must be winning. Look at what they had. But then when they do a correction of number, notably of electoral college votes, well, if you are a MAGA, you know, hardcore MAGA, you would be convinced that there must have been fraud the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the other part of it too is that we have to realize this, on top of all of this stuff, is that these news organizations all have one thing in common. The people who own them are all Republicans. They've all donated money to him. They all have a vested interest in showing things to be favorable, because what's the first thing first people he threatened to go after are media. I mean, but I think they're doing the American people a disservice here.
The system is rigged all the way.
Yeah.
The system is rigged all the way.
People are you know, building their hopes up on misleading reporting.
It's cowardice. If you're a news organization and you purport to tell the news, then you ought to stand on that. And simply because somebody is threatening to do X, Y, Z, so that's really sad. So then we really can't trust what you say. And that points to the Gallup poll that just came out in terms of Americans' trust in news media is at an all-time low. Why would it not be low when things like this happen? So, for example, when did the polls close in Wyoming?
They haven't closed yet.
Okay, so why is it called for him? Even though it's not a projection. So I can see one thing that is a projection, but to call it where it's solidly red, the polls haven't closed.
Right. Well, here's the thing. I'll tell you this, because right now I'm looking at Economic Times, right? At 7:49 a.m., November 6th, 2024. Okay? That's what this says. My daughter's in here looking at it. November 6th, 2024 at 7:49 a.m. So Economic Times isn't in the United States. If that's the time. But here, it's India Times. So here's what they have. The states that they're reporting: North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming. What is this? Montana, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Maine, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and New Mexico. That's what they're calling for him already. Okay, now mind you, we haven't gotten anything from Minnesota, Wisconsin, New Mexico, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Maine. But what I can say is this: one of the nuances about Maine, they're calling Maine for him, but guess what? Maine is one of those states that splits their electoral votes. Nevada's isn't Nevada the other one that does?
I'm not sure.
I'm not either.
But there's another state that splits their electoral votes, but they put that in his column. So we have those nuances too. And like I said, the numbers don't add up, because all these low numbers, like again, CNN is showing her at 53 and him at 154. These numbers aren't adding up. And I think what Dr. Tachi said before is right. I think we need to go back to we need to go to not announcing any of the counts until the last states have voted, and that would be Hawaii and Alaska.
And they're 6 hours behind us. So,
yeah.
So that would not be on election day. That would have to be the next day.
Exactly. I mean, and here's the thing. If people stayed up to watch the certification of the votes after January 6th, the events of January 6th occurred, and people stayed up to 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning while they waited to certify, people sit up and watch election coverage.
Okay, so just to catch up here, Jen says 99 and 178 on the Apple News count, completely inaccurate. I think I said that already. Minion Camp says CNN shows Harris at 53 and 45 at 154. She also says all the news sources have different numbers going on right now.
Every last one of them.
It's not effective.
No, it isn't.
There's no level of agreement, and that's honestly what you need in order to make an informed decision. Some agreement amongst the different news organizations, and in this case, this is not happening.
Right.
So, Aisha, on a scale of 0 to 10, and I know you're a very big Harris Waltz supporter, how are you feeling right now on a scale of 0 to 10 on the opportunity of your
Honestly, I feel good because they haven't called anything for him that he wouldn't have gotten. They called surprise, they called every red state for him. It's when they start calling swing states and blue states for him that we got a problem. Okay. Because that honestly is what pushed him over Hillary Clinton, when they started getting those swing states and those blue states. Because honestly, Michigan is a blue state. Michigan is blue from top to bottom. All of their elected state offices are Democrats. Okay, they have a Democratic majority in their state house and Senate. If he flips Michigan, then that's a shock. Okay, he won Michigan the last time, but since then Michigan has flipped everything blue. So if he is able to flip that solidly blue state, that's something worth being to say, okay, how does this happen? But like I've been saying it for weeks, he has one avenue to suit to 270. She has many. And this, I suspect, is why all these numbers are off. You got to remember, our media at this point is not here to inform anymore. It's here to entertain. And no one likes the story, but they're trying to build up an underdog story for her if she wins. And then they're trying to build up, well, we tried to tell you that he was going to win story if he does win. They're trying to have it both ways. And so until we get some accurate numbers, honestly, until I start seeing these numbers of the reporting at 80% in all these states that they're reporting on right now, then I'll get nervous or I'll feel comfortable. But right now I'm looking at them and nobody is really at 80%. I think there's only one state that they've called it 80%. Like I said, my home state closed an hour and a half ago and they called it at 7%. And 7% means that they only counted 7% of the vote.
Okay. I know it may be a little bit early, but I want to throw this out there. If Ms. Harris does not win, if she does not win, where did her campaign go wrong, if anywhere? Because I'm reading some things from different reporters saying that did she keep too close to the Biden Biden presidency? Did she distance herself? Should she have distanced herself more away from the Biden presidency than she did?
Well, that shouldn't be the headline. The headline should be, if Kamala Harris loses, how come the media didn't talk about the fact that it's the racism and the sexism? It's the misogynoir, period.
Exactly. There's more to this than that, Dr. Vibe. Let's look at the whole picture. And it is an honest picture in the fact that you're not only dealing with a Black woman who was running for this seat, you're also running on the platform of women's rights. And that is a massive problem. I know people who fussed because they're like, I can't with this election because I don't agree with abortion. And they just ran their whole platform and their heart on that. So it's not just that it's a Black woman running. It is the religious belief of many that is behind this, even if they do want to support her, that for some reason their religious part will not allow them to move forward. I do not believe that should be put on her shoulders. There's more to this than what we're discussing.
Her campaign, given the fact that she had 3 months to do it, was flawless. I mean, for just to say, where did her campaign go wrong? When he made mistake after mistake after mistake, every day he was a walking disaster. I mean, why would that even be the question? This man was filleting a microphone in front of children at his rallies, and then people are going to say, where did her campaign go wrong?
I have to say, if she loses, we have to be honest here. It's not her the issue. Please tell me what country of the world, including even dictatorship, can someone think they can win elections with the level of, as Mitch McConnell said, despicable behavior as he has shown. I'm
Not for
sorry. I mean,
Germany.
I'm sorry. I'm not I mean, even you say Germany. Hitler behaved better than that in 1933 when they had the elections. He came off as a serious candidate. I'm not American, but let's be honest. If Trump wins, it's more for reflection about Americans than a reflection on Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
It's not a reflection on Kamala Harris at all. I don't think that the campaign could have done anything different. In 100 days, they managed to do this. Kudos. There's nothing more that they could have done, and there was nothing wrong with the campaign. Again, to Aisha's point, what's wrong is the level of racism, misogynoir, sexism that exists in that. That's what this is. And people never want to say that. They're always looking at other strategies. Oh, well, what strategy? No, it's you. Mm-hmm. It is you and your thoughts and beliefs that have held this. That's all it is. So the thing is, for some reason, we never want to point fingers where fingers are due to be pointed. And that's what that is. And it's also, sorry to say, and this is it's also internalized misogyny and internalized racism to some extent.
And she checks off all the boxes of the things that they hate, right? So she's Black, she's a woman, her parents are immigrants, she doesn't have biological children, and her husband's Jewish.
And she's a former prosecutor.
Right. There's not anything.
An intelligent woman.
There's not anything that she could have done, right? She went to an HBCU, and there's not anything else that put it this way, if her campaign went wrong anywhere, she wouldn't have raised $1 billion.
Exactly.
And it's not just that. Like, so when Dr. Vibe asked if she loses where she went wrong, let's look at even one particular state, such as Michigan. If she doesn't win, let's say Michigan, we can look at the Arab Muslim vote, let's just say the Muslim vote, and point to saying Joe Biden's fault for his mishandling of Israel-Palestine in speaking one thing while keeping on giving billions of weapons to Israel. But ultimately, how is that Kamala Harris' fault? She's not the one who made this decision. You see what I mean? So no, if she doesn't win, it is a reflection of America. And furthermore, for reflection of America, it will basically be 4 years of seeing what the second Trump term will look like, and people, the same people who voted for him, and I'm talking here notably, people will share these identities that he made fun of. How can a black person vote for a man such as Trump with all his documented racism? How can a woman vote for Trump with all his documented sexism? How can a soldier or a veteran vote for Trump when he dodged the draft up to 5 times? These basic, essential questions, such as how could a Latino or Puerto Rican, a Boricua, vote for Trump in regards to his comments and behaviors? How can a Muslim vote for Trump in regards to the Muslim ban? How can an African vote for Trump in regards to shithole countries? But if he wins, it's because there are many people of those identities that voted for him. The only group on which Trump does not, excuse my language, Dr. Vibe, the only group he doesn't shit on is white males. That is the one and only group he doesn't shit on, whether they be rich, whether they be poor. He will attack and shit on individual white males, but as a group, that is the only group he does not shit on.
I absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. That's a failure of America. And it's because, again, this whole proximity to whiteness, somehow you think you're exempt and excused. I keep thinking, I keep bringing up the Puerto Rico example, because, I mean, it was absolutely despicable. But were you this outraged when he was talking about Haitians eating cats and dogs?
Right.
You weren't. The moment they opened their mouths about Puerto, now it's a problem. So, and I'm not just going to point Puerto Ricans out. I'm going to point out everybody who, women, white women, the ones who are for it. You didn't have a problem until now. There's taking away rights. We've been telling the people who have been under this system of oppression, have been telling you that this is a problem. And this is what I'm saying to everybody that you think you're safe. You're not special. You're just next. And he's proving this.
Okay. Minion Cam says they never talk about male, pale, and stale in global events. They just indirectly show they believe in it.
I'm trying to get these numbers right because this is aggravating me. So I'm just going back between two maps.
So Caslu says the level of disrespect and lack of accountability allowed this man even to run the election. There is no way someone of another ethnicity or culture would be allowed.
I've been saying that since January 6th. And probably even before, but definitely since January 6th.
This man got his party's nomination. That tells you something.
Yeah.
He got his party's nomination, not once, but bloody twice. 2 times? Fool me once, shame on you. I just really then have to sit here and conclude that you all are stupid and put me on the record saying this. And I don't see any other way except that you all are just damn stupid. If 2 times a person of this ill repute can get your nomination and you're behind it, how dumb are you? So then whatever befalls you is well deserved.
Right.
Yep. Don't come crying afterwards. That's what you wanted.
No, witch, don't come crying now.
No.
This is your boy, right?
Right. Go on to the other side.
So what I'm wondering, I don't think I've ever seen numbers all over the board like this before. I cannot say that I, like Aisha, have every single news organization up and looking at the numbers. I can't say that. But I would flip between a number of sources, and there was more agreement from what I'm remembering. Now, this seems like it's all over the board, and it's just very strange to me.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, and I did the count, and given the ones that he already won, it's more like 150. when you do the count, they have counted in his place. I'll tell you the states from doing the math just now. They have counted Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, and New Mexico in Colorado and gave those to him. However, just so you know, those states are light blue right now.
Yes, exactly.
So they counted in his number states where she's leading. States that actually they have projected that she will win. For example, which state? Missouri and what's this other state here that New Mexico, for example, they counted in him with him.
Exactly.
But also, they counted. Look, they gave him states that are light blue, but then they also counted for him states that are pink, which makes no sense. Which tells me it goes back to what Cass Lou said about the level of disrespect and lack of accountability. The level of disrespect for the American voter to be doing this like this. Is disgusting. And actually, what we're gonna have to do before the next election is we're gonna have to find some consensus to where there has to be, and this is a problem because every state runs their own elections. That's the problem.
Well,
There has to be some kind of consensus to where all this information is going to come out of one organization that's going to have a definitive count and report it to everybody.
Well, let's put it this way. The way things are looking right now, the best hope for the Democrats is either they hold the Senate or hold the House, because I'm just saying, because right now 45 is double ahead Miss Harris, according to AP, in electoral count.
Well, AP has her at 99 and him at 177.
No, I got 188.
From AP?
Yep.
Yeah. But again, the ones that they've counted, though, Dr. Vibe, are the ones that are pink. They counted those for him. Like I said, for Maine, they counted Maine for him because they have Maine as pink, but Maine doesn't go pink. Maine splits its vote. Right. So the way that they're doing it, the way the AP is calling this doesn't make sense. And not only that, all they really can call are the ones that are solid red. Okay. Those are the numbers that we have. So they're calling numbers that we don't even have. Okay. Because all the states that are on this AP page that are in red, they do not add up to 188.
Okay, so I want to take another lane here. If 45 wins, how should Black Americans feel for their future?
Not just Black Americans, but all Americans need to be scared as hell.
I want to focus on Black Americans first.
Scared I don't think it's anything new for us. We know how America treats us.
Right.
We know how they see us. We see this. We know this. America was built on our blood. So I don't believe that we can see any other way. I mean, I don't think a lot of us have false hope. I really don't. If it turns out the way that we would want it to, we're going to be extremely happy. But then it's going to be another day, another dollar if the red gets it again. So I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't keep going on the negative. I'm gonna put it out there. I'm not saying anything until I know that these numbers are where they need to be. We are calling doom and gloom way too much. That is not what I want to focus on. I want to focus on the things that are turning around, like the states that did turn colors, or where she did come in and cause an effect on those, like in Georgia. This is way too early. We are not going to see the answers to this until much later. And this is why I'm just kind of hanging back, because I just can't do it. I'm not going to until I know what we are really seeing is the things that we really need to be reacting to. Because right now it's all across the board with no type of rhythm going on. It's whoever wants to put up and whoever wants to appease their audiences. And I'm not doing that.
Yeah. And the other thing too, I gotta say, is that these percentages of votes that we're getting in and we're seeing, like, for example, I looked at Georgia, and Georgia has 80% of the vote in and counted. But that's only 80% of the same day vote.
Right.
Because Georgia just started counting their mail-in vote at 5-6 o'clock. So it's like the part of it that this and this is a part is that what we're getting same day vote. This is honestly, I could say that there's a feeling that it's kind of like, oh, this has to be like it was with the Hillary Clinton thing and this and that. And yeah, that's possible. But again, math is math. And I just sat here with a calculator and went through all the states that are solidly red and they actually have called for him. Not the ones that are pink or light blue haven't been called or when you read it, they're said too close to call. They've called for him races that are still too close to call.
Yeah, and there's just agendas behind this whole thing.
I mean, they can't have it both ways, but they're trying to. And again, you got to remember, she's going to, like I said before, she's going to get a slew of votes. When you look at the West Coast, let me get to that map over here. Okay. When you look at the West Coast, there are, let me do this math here. 8 plus 12. There are 74 votes just between 3 states on the West Coast: Washington, Oregon, and California. And those are blue. And those are blue.
Yeah. It's just too up in the air right now. I mean,
right now, I just took a look and went on the CNN website. Right now, Pennsylvania is practically a dead heat because now there's only 40% of the vote in, but Kamala Harris 50%, 45, 49.1.
But we knew that was going to be a serious battle there, or else he wouldn't already be saying that there's corruption in the state. You see, that's his agenda. He started that already. They didn't even count the votes, and he already started talking about there's corruption.
Right. So, for example, Chris Wallace on CNN says there are no surprises right now of the results. No surprises.
Yeah, it's the same states that would. So, I urge people not to get, upset yet, because this is going the way it was anticipated to go. These are the states that Republicans traditionally have won. And as has been said, you need to, quote, worry when blue states are being flipped or swing states are going away. So that's not really happening. So not yet. Yeah.
Okay, right. So some comments. Cinema Canella saying, what is PBS saying now? Cassalou says, think of solutions to problems moving forward either way. What can we do as a community as well?
So, okay, I just have to say this. Okay, so Maine splits their electoral votes. The person who wins the majority gets 2, and then the other person gets 1. They gave all 3 of them to Trump in the count when I counted to get to 188. Just to show you how skewed this is.
Okay, so we've come to the top of the hour. We're going to take another quick break. And you are watching the live watch party on in regards to the U.S. election. We will be back in about a minute and a half.
Hello, everybody. My name is Paige. I am a marketing consultant and the host of More Than a Mom, the podcast. I am here at the Soundwave Summit, and I had the pleasure of speaking with Dr. Vibe, and the gems he dropped were unmatched. An accidental conversation really changed my whole plan. And if I had him 3 years ago when I started my consulting career, it would have made a major change. The biggest thing that I learned that I'm taking with me is understanding that I do not have a show, I have a solution. And I think that's something that's not talked about enough. Another thing that really adjusted my mindset was the power of positive language. I was telling him about some of my problems are asking for help. I'm always pouring into other people, but it's hard, and it's a problem that I can't get that same thing in return. And he said, it's not a problem. It's something that, what did you say? Not a problem. You said, oh, it's a challenge. It's something that's a challenge for me. And that simple adjustment of language, I went away to lunch and I called 4 people and I'm like, hey friends, we need to change our energy. We need to change our outlook. We are solution-driven people. We do not need to do things the way society tells us to do things. This checklist that we feel like we need to fall under, this 10-minute conversation we had, it changed up everything. So I'm so thankful for the gems. I feel like I'm going to go back and make a whole new to-do list that's based on how I need to do things, a different way of looking at things, and I'm just so thankful. So thank you, Dr. Vibe.
All right, you are checking out the U.S. election live watch party with Aisha K. Staggers, LaLa Key, and Dr. Tachi, Black Queens from the United States, and Cesar Ndema-Moussa, Black King from Canada, and myself, Dr. Vibe. I'm just the host here from Toronto. All right, so some updates. Interestingly, right now, AP is showing 45 in the lead in Pennsylvania.
No, CNN is showing her in the lead in Pennsylvania.
Well, there you go. And Arizona is on the map early lead, 45.
Not only that, but CNN is also showing her in the lead in Michigan, her in the lead. They're showing him in the lead in Minnesota. Now, mind you, I just watched this in Minnesota. Now, Minnesota, 1 million people early voted, but the number of votes that he has is 36,787, and the number she has so far, 26,876. Now, mind you, that's nowhere near the early vote. So that tells you how this is going. But they also have her ahead in Nebraska.
Okay.
So Nebraska is a state that they didn't expect, right? They expected to give to him, but they have her ahead there. Let's see. Where else?
So
she is leading in Michigan, in Pennsylvania,
leading in Wisconsin too,
and in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So in Pennsylvania right now, CNN has her Ms. Harris ahead by 0.1 percentage point with 44% of the votes counted. So it's getting razor thin. And in Wisconsin, 35% of the votes counted. She's ahead by 0.3%. So it's this. The next 2 hours will be monumental, because again, if she doesn't, okay. Now, interesting enough, now they have, so AP now has it switched back to Ms. Harris ahead. A few moments ago, they had 45 ahead, so it's now switched back.
And what that is, that differential is that for anybody watching, the larger cities are starting to report.
Okay, so Jen Myers says, I just threw through the channels. Fox has her at 117 and him at 205.
Yeah. Fox is going to call for him in about an hour. That's their agenda. This has to be that conversation. Right. This has to be that conversation that he said he was going to have with Rupert Murdoch.
Mm-hmm.
That was the conversation.
But see, that doesn't look good.
No,
that doesn't look good at all. the fact that you're meeting with people. Why are you meeting with Rupert Murdoch? Except to influence things.
He doesn't care. He has shown that he can be held to the same standards of decency and political correctness as others. He doesn't care. And why is Rupert Murdoch agreeing to meet with him? This is part of the reason why his own children are fighting.
This is why they have him at 205. They have called Kansas for him, but she was predicted to win Kansas. They called Missouri for him. She's predicted to win Missouri. They I can't listen to this shit. Girl, be quiet, please. Laura, be quiet. In some of these other states, they're calling Mexico for him.
New Mexico,
but they're calling states for him that are like that are blue, where she's ahead. Like I said that they were doing before. That's what Fox is doing. That's why they have him at 205. And mind you, and let's be very clear. We have to understand why they're calling him at 205 right now, because they're doing it for a party of one. That's the channel he's watching.
Yeah. He ain't looking nowhere.
No, that's true. That's true. That's true.
It looks like, well, so CNN with 80, they say 81% of the vote in have 45 ahead, 51.9% versus 47.1% for Ms. Harris. So it doesn't look like she's
85% for what?
81% of the vote in Georgia. 45, they have 51.19%. Ms. Harris, 47.1%. Not looking good for her.
But Georgia is not one of those reliably blue states anyway. Joe Biden won Georgia last time, but the time before that, Trump won. Time before that, Mitt Romney.
Absolutely.
Joe Biden was the first Democrat to win since 92. So that one could have gone either way. Also, too, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 counties still left to count. But also, to Georgia, again, that's their 80% of their same day voting. They haven't counted their let me find out what time they started counting.
So AP has 45 in the lead in Pennsylvania now, has 45 in the lead in Wisconsin and Minnesota. So if he takes Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, it's done.
Again.
Okay, wait a second. How many votes does do they say that here we go, Georgia.
So here's an interesting thing too.
Okay, so Georgia hasn't counted their early votes.
Okay, but just interesting enough, I thought if Miss Harris could win anything, it would be the popular vote. She has never led in the popular vote all night. She has never closed the closest I've looking at the AP site, the closest she's got in the popular vote, 3 million votes.
But that was the same thing with Joe Biden. Because Joe Biden, remember, Joe Biden was behind that whole night until, remember, they didn't get his results till Saturday.
Right. The popular vote is usually always after the fact.
How many people voted in Georgia? Okay, so 11 million people voted. That's in Georgia. That's the population. Let's see. See how many people voted in Georgia. $4 million.
Robert Kennedy is still running?
No, he's just on the ballot in some places.
Okay.
Remember, Jill Stein pulled out today, and then people, because remember, people might have early voted for him too.
I didn't know she pulled out.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, she pulled out this morning.
She did her damage.
Yep. Let's see. There are. Okay, so here's the thing. There are 8 million registered voters in Georgia. 4 million of those people early voted. So far, they've only counted about 5 million votes. So there's still another 3 million that they could get if those people actually voted. See, the number of active voters is 7.2 million in Georgia. So this is sounding like they're not finished getting through the early vote count. Let me see about Pennsylvania, when Pennsylvania started.
Well, as you're doing that, so it looks like we retain our mayor here in Fort Lauderdale, Dean Trentalis.
Is that a good thing?
I guess so. Listen, I it's terrible, but I don't pay as much attention to local politics. I should, but here it's politics. So I tend not to pay so much attention, but yeah, so I guess it's a good thing that Trentalis is he's actually a very nice person. So
Cass Lou asks, I know I voted early, plus there are mail-in ballots too. How do they or when are those calculated?
You know what? I don't know, Cass.
Your state.
Yeah, it depends on your state. I know here, for example, there is the supervisor of elections has the website, and you can actually check to see if it has been counted. So you should have similar for that for your supervisor of elections. You can type in the information in the website, and it will tell you if it's been counted. Like so,
I literally got an email from Florida. I asked to be updated, and I got an email that said, we got your ballot. It has been counted.
Yes, you could sign up for the email, and they'll do that as well. But if you didn't sign up for the email, if you go to the website, they should, depending on what state you're in, you should be able to look up and see whether or not your ballot has been counted. That's how I did it. I didn't sign up for the email. I just went to the website, and it told me it had been counted. So.
Right. Like, for example, I early voted in Connecticut in person. And when I was at the polling place, I asked the poll worker, when does my vote get counted? And she said, all mail-in, all early votes do not get counted until 6 a.m. on election day. So in Pennsylvania, they've got something similar, and they don't count until 7 a.m. election day. They've also had a drop in volunteers to count the votes. So their count's going to go slow. What it says here for Pennsylvania, and this is from their local news, and Reuters also contributed to this article, is that it will take days before the full outcome is known. They have more Democrats than Republicans voting by mail. So election night will show Trump ahead, but his lead will likely shrink as more mail ballots are counted. This is the same thing that happened in 2020, which prompted Trump to falsely claim fraud. This year, a new law requires most counties to announce at midnight on election night how many ballots remain to be counted in an effort to forestall conspiracy theories. So at midnight, we'll know how many more ballots Pennsylvania has to count.
Mm-hmm.
So the likelihood is that you won't get a number from Pennsylvania tonight.
It's too important. That is such a battle state. They're not going to call this unless they're absolutely sure.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think you're going to see that, and I think you're going to see that same thing in Michigan.
You know, just looking at, as I look right now at the Harris campaign, you got to be really concerned that you've never, again, this popular vote count, they have been able to really shrink the gap all evening long. So as I said, I thought that, and just as an observer, I said, if she can't at least get the popular vote advantage, it's not a good sign for her. And like I said, the gap now is like 5 million when it comes to popular votes.
But remember, Trump didn't win the popular vote either in 2016.
Sure didn't.
True.
And he didn't win the popular vote in 2020 when he lost. But the point is that that's the whole point of the Electoral College, stupid as it is. The popular vote is not.
Agreed. So right now, AP has 45 at 198 when it comes to the Electoral College. So he's getting closer. Miss Harris has a long road.
Okay, so I'm looking at the 2020 map, right? With the exception of Georgia, all the states that had been called or even projected for Trump are no different than it was in 2020. And in 2020, we know that he was in the lead at about 200 when he stalled out, and then Biden swept up from just over 100 to getting 306.
So for Harris supporters, I think your biggest concern right now is Pennsylvania.
I don't think so.
Well,
the reason I say that is because remember, Pennsylvania, we're not going to know that result tonight. So I don't think that's as big of a thing. And you know, we have to be realistic here. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes. Michigan has 15. Wisconsin 10. North Carolina 16. Like I said, some of these other ones here, 19 isn't the biggest number. New York has more electoral votes than Pennsylvania. The reason we do this thing with Pennsylvania, and I think because no one questions the southern states, the reason we do this thing with Pennsylvania is because of Philadelphia. Because Philadelphia has a large Black minority population.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that they're worried about is that large Hispanic population in Lancaster.
Yeah.
And that is why Pennsylvania we're placing such a big value on Pennsylvania, because I remember just 1, 2, 3 election cycles ago, Ohio was a swing state and people were worried about it. It's Ohio. It's
very interesting to see.
We're not thinking about Ohio anymore. States. Yep. And then before that, it was Florida. 2000, Florida was that swing state. We're not thinking about that anymore. And so I think the value that we place on these states changes with every election, as it should, because remember, there are population shifts, there are demographic shifts, and the states that we say people should be concerned about, oftentimes when you sit and think about it, think about the states that they say that are the swing states and the states that she should be concerned about, or Democrats should be concerned about. Pennsylvania has Philadelphia, large black population, like I said, Lancaster, large Latino, particularly Puerto Rican population. And the thing that happened has them nervous. North Carolina, it has, of many of the southern states, it has a very large college educated population. There are some flagship universities there, but also Raleigh, Durham, and Charlotte have large Black populations. They also have large Hispanic populations. But guess what else they have in the western part of North Carolina, they have a large indigenous population. Okay, so there's that concern. So where are these other swing states? I'm looking at these other states that are considered swing states now. Okay, yeah. They're concerned about Michigan. Well, guess what's in Michigan? Detroit, right? We know that. Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Minnesota, Minneapolis, particularly after the George Floyd incident. They're concerned about the Black people there. We start talking about New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, Nevada. They're worried about those large indigenous populations, but also those extra large Latino populations that now got offended by what happened. So the reason that they're putting the focus on these particular states has absolutely nothing to do with the voting behaviors of whether it be Democrats or Republicans. They're concerned about the demographic shifts. These are states that had been for a long time solidly red, and they're not anymore. Or could be flipped easily red, and they can't anymore.
So
and
just
so
up to date on some things. So Jen says Apple News says Kamala won Colorado. I'm just reading from the CNN website.
And, okay, so just so you know, when I was doing my totals and adding up, Colorado is one of those states that Fox News counted for Trump.
Okay, so
Colorado is one of those states that some of these other places counted for Trump.
So Abby Phillip from CNN says, yes, to underscore what Harry and Jeff are saying, there is a map that is shaping up to be extremely close, as expected. So far, 45 seems to be performing well in places that he needs to be, in many cases better than he did in 2020. Possibly Harris's saving grace is outstanding vote in large urban areas and suburbs, but we'll have to wait to see those votes. Dana Bash from CNN says, I keep hearing two words from Team Harris: dead heat. So,
yeah. So Colorado on this map, because the Associated Press, it had it pink at one point. Now it's solidly blue. Kansas, they had earlier in Kansas, they had Kansas as light blue. Now it's pink. That might change. So, but I just, it irks me how they're counting these things, right? And not only that, we're talking about popular vote. There are, 40 million people in California?
Yeah. Yeah, I as I said,
it's really made like an entertainment or Tyler Perry movie. Like, you know something's about to happen.
What's up, Ryan? Wow.
Oh, wow.
So, I apologize. The music's pretty loud, but
we can hear you.
I think the collective resolve in the room is the USA has lost their goddamn mind with allowing Trump to get this far ahead so quick. There's no other way to put it, but it's a thought experiment that to put the most vile, callous, non-empathetic person in front of the American population, and they still vote for him. This is a testament to privilege, white privilege, and that a person like him can do anything and still be a candidate. Forget get elected. We're on the way for him to actually be elected unless something drastically changes. But it's quite sad that America, we've got to this point. So that I just wanted to jump in and say hello from everybody that's here. Shout out to Sean Allen and Stacey Ann Berry that invited me to the in-person one. But I'm glad you were still on because I wanted to come say hi.
No problem. Where are they holding the event?
It's at the Milestones in Scarborough.
Yes, I know someone that is there. So is that the prevailing commentary from the people that are there, Ryan?
Yeah, it's like you can't believe how they call him the Teflon Don. Like he can do anything, say anything, and nothing sticks. That's the sentiment. That like, how are people still for this man is the sentiment in the room. And it's hard to explain. I mean, he has an appeal to enough millions of people that he got the nomination and now he's on the way to possibly being elected. How else do you describe it? People want this guy in power. So if they want the chaos, I'm very curious to see, one, how now, after his 4 years, is this what's going to be needed to get elected? Like the copycats, all of the Democrats going to create their own Trump-like person that can only win if you do just vile stuff. And also, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what he puts in place that the American public has chosen. Like whatever happens, they have nobody to blame but themselves. So I'm very curious to be observing what's going to be happening.
Is Project 2025 looming in the distance?
Always.
Yeah, see, the thing is,
this a long time. So
I think people are holding up Project 2025 like this is not something that was already in the works. They just had the gumption to take their gnarled fingers and put it in a book. But these are the things that have been happening. This is I would say, going back to the dawn of the civil rights movement, these are things that have been threatened to be put in place, and some things are already in place. Though the early workings of them were there. I think it's just now a quote organized document, but it's not anything new.
Hey, I wanted to quickly, Jamal from M-Pro Graphics is in the building. Yeah. So Jamal, what are your feelings how the election results are going so far?
I mean, based on what I'm seeing, it looks like Trump is going to take it, like no question about it. So we'll see how that goes tomorrow, what everybody says, but looks like it's going to be a Trump victory today still.
Yeah, so good to hear from you, Jamal. So Jamal, let me ask you, if 45 wins, what's your message to Black Americans?
Was that for Jamal?
Yeah, for both of you.
Okay, so what are your message for Black Americans if he wins?
Protect the women and the children, and start saving up your money.
Hey, the Canada border is open if you need somewhere for solace. But
remember, they said last time he won, people were like trying to come to Canada.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, my message would be: you get what you get. Like, this is what enough people, more than half, want this gentleman in power. So now we can't complain, because all those that didn't show up to vote, you have no one to complain to. Like, this is why you get out and vote. This is why it's important to be engaged. And this is what I was afraid of, that the momentum wouldn't carry the amount of people needed past the base that Trump has. So, hey, unless something shifts in the next few hours or over the next days, you get what you get, man. Yeah.
They should be turning us on their screen, not what you guys are watching.
Oh,
hey, yeah, that's true. Yes,
that's true.
Does anyone want to say anything to Ryan? Go ahead, Dr. Tachi.
Yeah, you know what the thing is, and I keep saying this, we get what we get, but that's what you get too. I think we're not realizing that the implications that this has. This is not just an election in the US. This is a world election, which is why you all are even there watching this, because it has implications for everything. As was brought up, he's talking tariffs. He's talking things that are really going to affect North America, but then the world. So people can sit idly by, but you all have a pony. You're supposed to have a pony in this fight too, because the wrong way, and it can mean a lot of bad things for Canadians. It can mean a lot of bad things for Mexicans, North Americans in general. He's already, when he was here, pulled out of things like NAFTA, pulled out of all these things that are beneficial for a world economy, because he doesn't give a damn about a world economy. He gives a damn about himself. So it's problematic for everyone if this man gets it. Now, should this be the case? No. Personally, I think the rest of the world has put the U.S. on a pedestal it does not deserve to be on. And this is why we're in this predicament now. And then the whole thing of solving, sorry to say, obviously, you do want to be sensitive to what's happening in the rest of the world. But what has happened is we have become the police for the rest of the world. And so now when things don't move, or you have things like this, okay, with Michigan, and of course, I am so livid about what's happening in Palestine. But again, is that Vice President Harris's fault? So these things then become the fault because we deemed ourselves the police of the world. We should not be on that pedestal. That's a pedestal that we don't deserve, but you can only do what others allow you to do to them. And I'll put it at that.
Anyone else want to add?
I think that's right on the head right there.
Yeah.
I really do.
As the old folks in the South say, you gonna see.
Okay, now I can add. I got the real numbers on PBS. So.
Oh, okay.
PBS can be reliably trusted.
Absolutely.
Let me add them up.
So Aisha put up in the comments, without the swing states, and by final closing, CBS predicts Harris. Is that CBS or PBS?
CBS.
CBS predicts Harris 225, 45, 219. Without
any of the swing states.
Oh, okay. So they didn't predict the swing states. Interesting.
Nope. That's their prediction by the end of the night.
Allow me to say that from a Canadian, French, and African perspective regarding politics and elections, the American system is weird, to say the least, with this electoral college, where normally it's simply democracy works by 50.1% to win. This just adds to the complication. But yeah, it's a long night. It's an interesting night. But if Trump wins, look, I'm a regional director in EDI. If Trump wins, I have a lot of work coming my way because the issues I address will not be lesser, but I will just be. It would be since George Floyd, the biggest thing in EDI. How could this white privileged faulty man be able to win again? And really,
because you have a populace of dumb people. You have a populace of people, and I will say this, there's a reason when it comes to education, we're down there in the world. There is a huge reason. It was by design to have a dumbed down population specifically for things like this to take place. And so we're wondering why. We have a population that's not that bright, and I don't care. Anybody can argue with your mother about that. We have a population that is not that bright on the whole. Pockets of individuals, yes, were extremely bright, but when it comes to the rest of the world, damn dumb, as my mother would say. So now you're wondering why.
But there's
you remember when
he gets to Idaho and Utah and one other state tonight, he's done until the swing states. He's done. He's almost reached his cap.
Okay, good. Cesar, you were gonna say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, as Dr. Tachi was talking about, the notion of America being a dumb population. It's that logic of the group, and Dr. Vibe, you heard me talk about it so often. Entertainment being the number one cancer of the Black psyche, and then when you look at America as a whole, the dumbing down of America which is basically what permits for someone like this, like in the last 40 years, again, I repeat myself for maybe the third or fourth time. Could anyone have pictured, even though we can disagree with them in terms of policies, but could anyone have pictured men such as Bush father, Bush senior, Nixon, and Reagan, that this character, this man, Trump, called despicable by Mitch McConnell, Nazi by Vance, and what Rubio, Cruz have said about him, that he would come to this place, to this state? It is absolutely a reflection of America as a society. But how many people will want to have that conversation? Most will not, because, you know, look at Trump's meetings, Trump's rallies, the language. I have an article, I'm going to look for it to put in the chat, that explains about how Trump voters are, you know, they tend to be dumb. They don't tend to be dumb in terms of, I'm not trying to insult anyone who is a Trump voter, but as I said, you know, how can you rationally and emotionally vote for someone who, unless you are a white male, has literally insulted your demographics? But they did. But they did. You know, that's basically like me, a Pan-Africanist, was wearing an RBG shirt with the Ankh on it right now. I am trying to rationally and emotionally explain to you that I'm going to vote for David Duke. Like, literally, I'm here. My fist is up, you know, and I'm, you know, I got our heroes behind me, and I'm telling you, I'm going to vote for David Duke.
Right.
And you know, the thing is too, when we look at that educationally, we can also break that down. So I mean, it is known that the more well-educated are going to vote in a certain way. We already know this. But then amongst that, look at those on that side that maybe, and we're not saying that they're completely uneducated, but look what they're educated in. And I don't have the numbers for this, but often they tend to be in fields where people are trained and not educated, meaning you are only trained to do the one thing that you just do this and that's it. So you have a degree, you're doing this, but you're trained and not educated, which means you're not required to understand human psychology, sociology, considering other people. So there are levels to this entire thing. So even if on that other side, you do have some educated, some people who have education, they're trained and not educated.
Yeah.
So just updating, I'm just taking a look at the map on the AP site. A few moments ago, Michigan was showing 45 ahead, but now it's back showing Ms. Harris ahead. But Pennsylvania right now is showing 45 ahead, and also Wisconsin and also Minnesota. So this is hit or miss time for Miss Harris over the next hour or so. Big time. She's got to carry those blue wall states now, or it's a done deal. It's definitely a done deal.
Not from the way that they're calculating this map on PBS. On the live. Because they're doing different routes with the states left. They said she would need to take she took Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That would be done. But then they gave alternative routes. They're giving alternative routes of states that are possible.
So for Aisha, there's some hope here. So Chris Wallace at 10:27 p.m., which is 10 minutes ago, said, as Yogi Berra once said, supposedly, quote, it's deja vu all over again, unquote. 45 holds lead in Georgia, North Carolina, and now Pennsylvania, but there's still plenty of votes to be counted for Harris to come back. For instance, 45 has now taken a lead in Pennsylvania by 58,000 votes, but at this exact point in 2020, 45 led by 200,000 votes. Looks like a long night, and maybe some days after that.
Good Lord, can you imagine being the person who knows all that in this hour 4 years ago? This is where we were. That would be a job. I don't want that one. I don't want that job.
Never.
So
we also have Samanda
yes, saying this election is devastating.
Any relation to you, Dr. Vibe?
Let me just hold on. Let's say, Dr. Tachi, it's so nice to see your face. I've only seen your profile picture.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, celebrity you are. Like, people want to see you just by your pic alone. They want to know more about you.
Yay.
All right, so let me see what we got here. The best way to look at what's going on in a place like North Carolina is to go to their local news, because they're going to have their county by county.
But looking over what's happened so far, it looks like 45 has increased the number of his votes he's got over since the last election. So I think Cesar, I think it goes back to your reflection saying, how is this happening? He's getting more. So I want to ask.
Well, does the population increase? First of all, Trump likes to say he's the president who got the most votes out of etc. No. Population increase makes it that you are bound to get more votes numerically. That's one thing. But at the same time, there is, as Dr. Tachi was talking about, a great miseducation, but also grievance of people. I know, for example, right here in Canada, educated people will support Trump, not really because of anything other than the simple fact of hatred of the left, and notably misogyny about a woman. They don't care about what Trump says. They care that on the other side, it's a woman and she represents the left, just as she's black, she has a white Jewish husband. These are all elements that make it that. I mean, it's kind of like, let's be honest, 2008, Barack Obama, put him with a white wife. He wouldn't have won.
No way.
He wouldn't have won. And many black people would have been very clear that they're not voting for such a man.
Okay, I'm looking at the North Carolina their news. They have a map where you can zoom in to different counties and you can see how much of the uncounted vote that's left, even though they've called certain things which would even out the numbers and could actually put her ahead. So for example, Raleigh has over 400,000 votes left to count. Cumberland County, which she won, has over 200,000 votes left to count. Greensboro has about 200,000 votes left to count. Alamance County, about 200,000 left to count. Mecklenburg, which is where North Carolina, where Charlotte is, has about 100,000 left to count. Montgomery County, which is where he's leading, they've only counted 22% of the votes, and they've got about 100,000 left to count. And some of these other ones where, like, for example, New Hanover County has about 100,000 left to count, and she's leading there. So a lot of these places where she's leading in North Carolina still have to count, still have votes to count. So we've got almost 2 million votes or so left to count there. So that could sway that number again. And I guess there we have it. That's why we don't have a number for North Carolina.
Okay.
They called Kansas for him.
So right now, the AP map has 45 leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota.
I mean, I'm trying to get to a decent map.
Well, AP has a decent map.
Yes, I know, but AP is not the only map.
True.
That's just one organization. So
out of 50,000 that are reporting today.
Me too. I'm looking at the different
the 270 to win has not moved at all.
Well, 270 to win, they haven't all they have right now is what they is just their what do you call it? Their map stays static.
Yeah, but like this, if you look on the AP site, if you look at how far 45 has to get to 270 compared to Ms. Harris, there's a big difference.
Okay, here
right now they have 45 at 260 electoral votes.
They have him at what?
210.
Right, but his cap is going to be 219. Because those are all the solidly red states. So there was no shock there.
And sorry, Aisha, please, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please go ahead.
No, that's fine. No, I was going to say, as we get, for example, over the next 2 hours, the majority of the states that are closing are blue.
Exactly, and this is exactly like I'm saying, like 4 years ago, and then Trump, if he loses, which I still think he can lose, that's when he will be talking about, this election being rigged. Remember, we were in the lead for so much, and this and that. How could this be? Blah blah blah. And I mean, I shared, Dr. Vibe, I sent an article that talked about Trump voters. Really, they will buy. I mean, these people, the Trump fans will buy anything and anything that he tells them. So you're kind of like in a cult mentality in which. I mean, Aisha, you said it so well. Looking at the time further into the West, the states are likely, such as California and its biggest number of electoral college votes, to turn blue. They're not going to see that. They're going to look at, oh, it's 11:15. I'm going to bed. Trump is leading. He's 207, 210. How could he have possibly lost? They must have cheated.
Look at, like, for example, right, like, who is this that I'm on right now? Like, if you go to PBS and you look at their electoral calculator, their map right there, if you look at that swath of red literally in the middle, that's because the majority of his states are in the Eastern time zone and the Central time zone. The majority of her states are on the two extreme time zones. So you're talking about the Eastern time zone, right? And actually what comes before Eastern, because there's that part of Maine, and then and then Hawaii, right? So, that's why you're going to see it seem like he's pulling ahead, because all of those red states where he would get it are in the middle of two time zones, smack in the middle of all this, where you're going to get those results first.
So
what we need to start worrying is if he starts winning Washington and Oregon.
Okay, let's get away from all that. We are just like in a frenzy. Let's look at some positive things. Jasmine Crockett won her re-election.
Oh, good.
Jasmine Crockett. Can we just celebrate that for a minute? Because I just love me some her.
Yeah,
so there are wins across the board. We're focusing on the big picture, but I'm always going to be the LaLa, and I'm always going to bring you back to center. And the center is we still have some wins. And I'm still not giving up, because this race, we knew when we came in that this was going to happen. We knew that this was going to be close. I ain't singing yet. Fat lady ain't singing yet. So I'm not going to sit here and let myself get down, but I am going to celebrate that Jasmine Crockett has won her re-election.
Yeah. What do we know? A couple of comments. Jen said that some are giving Iowa to him.
Hold on, let me just say, some are giving Iowa to him. Samantha says 60 for 45 to win. I don't understand. She says, I'm not gonna sleep tonight. No, you shouldn't be like that. And Samantha goes, did the Simpsons predict for Harris to win? And she also says, did the Simpsons predict 45's assassination attempt?
Oh wow. Yeah, the Simpsons do that type of thing.
Yeah, the Simpsons have been pretty on point.
Yeah, absolutely. Also that damn Shonda Rhimes with Scandal. She's right. She wrote things into existence.
Yeah, that's right.
The AP called the race for Iowa But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
So April says she's
There's still 30
counties
to count.
Still disappointed in the state of Minnesota. Samantha says Harris now up with 113. It's great, but she's got a long way to go. And I'm just taking a look.
Let's see who else.
And on a fun note, they did predict that Harris would win. Simpsons had Lisa Simpson in as president and talking about how she inherited Trump's mess. So yes, they did predict.
Okay, so we have here Nevada still has hours to go. There are still so many people in line. Simon Canella says, what happened in Minnesota? Well, right now it's showing 45 ahead. And also
in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And PBS does not have that.
So yeah, AP has, as I said, AP right now has 45 ahead in Pennsylvania, Minnesota,
at 5% reporting.
And Minnesota. So, and Georgia right now, as they have not declared 45 a winner in Georgia.
They know better.
No. And that's because Georgia still has a whole lot of votes to count. They have all their whatchamacallit votes still to count. And Minnesota only has 5% reporting. He's ahead, but with only 5% of the state. Which, and to put that in better perspective, they have only counted 170,000 votes. I'll tell you how many registered voters there are in Minnesota, and that'll put it in even more perspective. Here we go.
So according to CNN right now,
and 30% of Minnesota's registered voters cast early ballots.
So right now, CNN has, again, 45 ahead by over 2.5 percentage points in Pennsylvania, with 2/3 of the votes counted.
Where's Philadelphia fall into that?
That I don't know, but that's updated as of 1 minute ago. But like I said, if you go on any of the sites that are doing this stuff, if you look at how far 45 has to go to get to 270, it's a shorter run than what Ms. Harris has to. And again, those right now, again, it really lays down to Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Like, she's got to carry those four.
But even before that, she'll get ahead of him, because remember, in the votes that those swing states aren't going to count, but in the votes that are still left, she's got 100 to pick up. He's got about 6 left.
Well,
yeah, that's what we have to remember. Again, the map is
looking
the way.
Looking at California has 54.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon is 8. Washington is 12. There's Arizona and New Mexico. Arizona and New Mexico. Arizona has 11. New Mexico has 5.
Okay, some more. Okay, Samantha says, I feel we need to encourage more young adults to vote. I've heard so many young adults being undecided or didn't think their vote matters. She also says we definitely need to start encouraging young adults in Canada to vote for upcoming elections. Cinema Canella says, is BBC reporting live the elections by chance? They probably are. And then she also says, Aisha is hopeful. She is.
Well, I'm not just hopeful. I'm looking at the maps from the last. I'm comparing maps over time, but also in real time, I'm comparing the reporting of numbers between 2016, 2020, and now, and when those things were reported over time. And so we're on par with where we were in 2020 and 2016. The only difference is that looking at the 2016 map that I'm looking at now, there are states that he carried that Hillary Clinton did not get. That they called for him early. So they called North Carolina and Georgia for him that night. They haven't called that yet. That's how he beat Hillary Clinton. He won North Carolina and Georgia, decided that night, as well as Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. So for everyone, because the thing is that for everybody, it feels like, oh my God, this feels like this familiar, this feels like the Hillary Clinton night. But in order for him to win, let me get back to that again. He won 304 electoral votes, but he won all the swing states except, he won all the swing states that are up now except for Nevada. That is the only way that he won. He got Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. He got North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona.
So those are all the states right now that he's ahead in right now.
Those are all the states that he's ahead in right now. But looking too at 2020, at this time in 2020, he was also ahead in those states too. And he didn't win any of them.
It's a long night and a long week.
Right.
It's all good. It's not over yet.
No,
remember that tale of I don't know how you say it in English. The hare and the turtle.
The tortoise and the hare. Yeah.
There you go.
So 5 minutes ago, CNN report. The 45 campaign is feeling increasingly optimistic. People inside 45's campaign are feeling increasingly optimistic as the initial numbers roll in Tuesday night. That optimism is being boosted by results in Virginia and Iowa, which appeared to prove wrong a polls that sent a shockwave through the campaign Saturday night. 45's convention center is cheering loudly with every call in his favor, and several party goers from Mar-a-Lago event in Florida are starting to filter in. It remains to be seen if and when 45 will come over. So 45 campaign is growing in optimism that they're going to win this event.
Well, isn't that how they felt last time too?
It is. It is. But you know, it's despicable. This time, though, last time he's always been a felon in nature, but this time he's actually a felon. Is that something to be proud of? That is absolutely despicable. First of all, the fact that a felon got the nomination for the party, that's despicable. But that just shows your low moral character. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They are morally bankrupt.
Casu says, I'd rather the long night and right than rushed and wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
April says, speaking of Minnesota, rest in peace.
Purple.
Rest in purple. Tika Nelson.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So Cinnamon says, what, Tika died? When? How?
She was only 65, from what I understand.
Yeah, pretty young.
It sounds like from all reports that she might have been ill.
Mm.
Then they said she missed some key events recently due to illness.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we're coming to the top of the fourth hour. Family, how much longer you want to go?
I
know. Yeah. So LaLa, you turn it in.
Yeah.
And we will chat. So thanks again.
I think we're all like, it's going to be a long night. We're kind of ready to call it a night.
Yeah, I think we can, and I guess reconvene.
I don't think we're gonna get there tonight.
I don't think so either. So, but I said that from the beginning.
I believe, and I know I could be wrong, but I believe by the time I wake up tomorrow morning, 45 will be 47.
I don't think we'll know till Friday.
I just think Ms. Harris has too far to come. Like again, she's got to win these states. If she doesn't win all of these states.
But I don't think those would be counted. That's what I'm saying is I don't think we'll have results for any of those tonight because they know how important they are. She's going to catch up by about 1 o'clock this morning. She's going to catch up because that 54 vote count brings her up far enough.
Well, like
between that and all these other smaller states, he doesn't have, put it this way, without the swing states being counted tonight, he doesn't have the path to win any more votes tonight.
But I will say he is leading in the swing states. That's the thing. Right? He is winning in the swing states. So this is the
thing. He's leading.
And it depends again on how much of the percentage of the vote is already counted.
Right. And it also depends on how much of their early vote was counted. Remember, because if we're hearing some of these states might be reporting, yes, we have 80% of the vote counted. Well, is that 80% of election night or 80% total? How different people say that is differently. But which state was it? Pennsylvania has to report by midnight. Or what state was that I said had to report? Was it Pennsylvania or Michigan? One of them has to report by midnight how much of the vote they have left to count. How many votes. So that will tell you what that is. I mean, Pennsylvania, looking at this map right here, they have a lot in Philadelphia to count.
Okay, so interesting. Okay, so now things have gotten interesting because AP is now just giving California to Ms. Harris. So now, so now it's 214 to 179.
Yeah.
So but that's what we've been saying all night. We don't even know. Everything is not counted yet. All of the zones, all of our crazy zones in America have not even reported.
Yeah, this is going to be.
The unfortunate thing is that it's not so cut and dry. In other countries, it's like, okay, this is how many people voted for this candidate, and this is how many people voted for this candidate, and it's done. Here, there are all sorts of, really what's going to count. And because the problem is it's a national election, but it's really not. It's per state.
Right.
So there's no other place that I know of where the states are so important and determine so much of everything in a national election. Right. So
American exceptionalism.
The other misunderstanding, I think the other misunderstanding that people have is that, again, even though there's a federal race at the top of the ticket, the states still oversee that election. So the rules in terms of how those votes are counted, when they're counted, are done by the states. So like I said, my state counted early vote on voting day at 6 a.m. Some of these other places didn't start counting their early vote until the poll place closed at 8 or 9 o'clock.
So they're saying this in the chat. She's got Washington, California, and Colorado.
Yeah. So AP is about to update that, which is what we said was going to happen.
Well, okay. So Castro says, I don't think they would want that and too much more room to act up. Just my thought too.
He is a complete orangutan when it comes to action. Orangutan.
He's about to fall. He is about to look. He's about to fall apart in about, let's see, When Nevada and Oregon and New Mexico come in, he's going to fall apart.
Okay, so just to catch up, Cinema Canela says, I'm going night night. Thank you so much. So you guys,
Thank
yes,
you for joining
she
us.
says,
Thanks
she
for
says,
hanging
yes,
so long with us.
Absolutely.
she says, yes, 45 will be 47. Sadly, seems like this country is not ready for a woman president. Night night. Casalou says, we can't leave on that note, Dr. Vibe. LOL. Samantha says, you can see which cities voted for who. Casalou says, positive vibes. And then we just heard she won Colorado. And then someone says Washington and Cali, sorry. And Jen says she's got Washington too. Samantha goes, orangutan, help me, laugh emoji. What Dr. Tachi said. Oh my.
Yeah, I'm past being nice and not calling people out of their names. Whatever they act like is exactly what I'm going to say. This is part of the problem. We're all so busy trying to be turn the other cheekish while the other side calls us, for bloody filth. I'm tired of that.
Yeah.
Orangutan it is. He got Idaho. Yeah, are we
the other
surprised?
thing too that we should note, and everyone should be, Maine hasn't called where their other votes are going. Which of their votes? How many of their votes
it's
are going,
interesting. I'm seeing
to her. And New Hampshire hasn't called yet either.
Right. New Hampshire and Maine are now blue. Well, light, the light blue.
Light
blue.
So,
which New Hampshire, she's likely going to win New Hampshire. New Hampshire is not one of those red states. Maine is deciding which percentage of the vote, because they split their votes, which of the votes she gets, which he gets of the three. So, he got Idaho, which we expected. I'm telling you.
Listen, you knew the Mormon states of Utah and Idaho were going to go to him. So
exactly. So look, I'm telling you this, in about 2 hours, that good feeling that Donald Trump said he had, he's not going to be having it.
Well, so Aisha, I'm just looking at Pennsylvania to me is a key one right now. Yeah, let me just see, because I'm going on right now. Pennsylvania, 71% of the votes counted, 51%. Ms. Harris, 47.9%. So,
FYI, CNN has it 145 Harris, 211 Trump. With consideration to the fact that it is estimated that Trump is reaching his expected limit, and then after everything is head or tail. Meanwhile, Harris still has, I think, California, aka 50
California. Well, the AP site has already counted, given her California, given her Washington. So right now they have 214 for 45. Miss Harris 179.
Okay. Well, I mean, you look at AP, you look at CBS, you look at CNN. It's also different.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hawaii would be counted at midnight, and Alaska one.
So Samantha says, "Do you know that show Annoying Orange? I don't know why they didn't cast him on the show."
I remember Annoying Orange.
Jen Myers says, I see a count of 193 and 216.
You see this?
Yeah.
You see what I'm talking about?
It's all
lack of agreement.
Yeah.
There's no, to be honest, there's no reason that something that is supposed to be accurate should be this off. There really is. Where are they getting the information from? And I'm not saying that they're intentionally doing this. It's just that there's no system, it feels like, to do. Well, who says it's 179? Who told you that? Where are you getting this from? And why do you think it's 119? So there's not agreement, and there needs to be a better system to do this. And I've always felt this way. First of all, back to when I was in grade school, we were like, the Electoral College is stupid. We've always thought that. And we know, obviously, that this whole thing is a legacy of slavery. the reason that the electoral college exists. Even though they taught us, oh, well, they wanted to make sure that the large states with smaller populations didn't know, they were trying to count the slaves amongst their population. So that's where this whole electoral college thing came from. So I think there needs to be a better system. It has not shifted or changed very much since the inception of this country.
Yeah. Put it this way.
You're on mute, LaLa.
Sorry. The problem is and we say this every time. I've always been like, why aren't we fighting to change this? It always comes up when we are at this point, and then people get upset and then they put it down again. It's been amazing to me how many people are not fighting to change that whole electoral college thing, because it makes no sense. It's outdated and it doesn't serve us.
Right.
Because as long as your candidate wins, whatever side it is, you don't care when your candidate wins. You only start to care when it's a problem for you. And that's on both sides.
Right. And it's like, I'm looking at this right now. Like, for example, Arizona, they're saying that he's leading in Arizona, but it's like by 0.2%. They're both
that's
literally
a margin of error. That's not
right.
it.
They're both literally at 49%. And wait, it's 3,000 votes different.
That's not enough. Exactly.
Exactly.
April Watson is saying, per MSNBC, a lot of delays because of explosive threats.
Bomb threat. And that might be I was reading earlier, that was something that they had at polling places in Pennsylvania, which is probably going to delay Pennsylvania's count tonight.
Okay, do you see the instability? Because I know it's not us doing these threats. I know it's not us.
No. Please. I want you to look
when
they're telling
women they're telling women in South Carolina to be careful going to the polls because the KKK has put out issues like they're gonna be looking for single women. I
lived in South Carolina. They do that at every election.
Yeah.
I remember they did that in the midterms in 2006. They do that every election there. It's like, here's my thing. I don't understand why something as simple as voting and determining who's going to be the leader warrants the worst of people to come out. The worst. The absolute worst.
They always want their way. That's what it is. They can't stand not getting their way.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens. You've already cultivated this group of lizards and you're wondering why they're behaving like lizards.
Yeah, exactly. And on that note, I'm going to bed. I love y'all so much. I am going to bed.
We love you more.
All right. Take care, LaLa.
I'm going to bed too.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna shut it down. So for people who have been look at Samantha goes. Look at some people who are here.
Regina's here.
Jen says Marina just won in Ohio. My God. Jen says Sherrod Brown was in there forever. Regina.
Oh, he lost?
Who?
Sherrod Brown.
Yeah, I think he did.
Oh, wow.
Republicans rarely win the popular vote, hence we still have the electoral college.
Exactly.
Samantha says the KKK, excuse me. She goes, oh, Samantha says, Dr. Tachi, you crack me up. She also says, free country, my butt. Casu says, I just saw something that says, in Obama 2020 election, it took 30 days to count every ballot. It says, let the ballot ruin its course. Agree, Dr. Tachi, everything needs to be revamped.
Yeah.
Casu says everything says this was great. And Jen says, yeah, Sherrod lost.
No. Well, here's the thing that we have to be mindful of before we close out is that, you know what? Not having an answer tonight is not a bad thing.
we want people to take their time. We want due process. We want everything to be better to be right than first.
Yeah. And we want every vote counted, regardless of which way it goes, and that includes people who are overseas, people who are serving in our military, people who are sick, people who are still standing in line in some of these places. And let's be clear, there were places that closed at 8 and 9 o'clock Eastern time. And if you were still in line, you have the right to cast your ballot.
You do.
I would add.
Question. Sorry, go ahead, Cesar.
No, go ahead, Dr. Tachi. Finish your thought.
I forgot. There was a question I wanted to ask. It will come back to me. Go ahead, Cesar.
Anything related to orangutans?
No, not the orangutan will come, but it wasn't that.
No, I was going to add to the fact that we have to, election night in America is like an entertainment show. Like, I often tell people my number one show is called politics. When I go to work, I listen to MSNBC on Sirius. Then at 8 a.m., I stop to listen to Canadian news for like 15 minutes. And depending if there's a good documentary, lunchtime, I listen to French news. Or if I wake up at 6 a.m., I listen to French news. And then when I go to the gym at night, I listen to CNN, A.B. Phillip, because I want to support his sister, And this campaign ends, whether it ends tomorrow morning or it ends over the weekend, and right away, it's the campaign for the midterms. You see what I mean? That starts. So the anxiety that it creates with, the notions of power and all the money that's there. And in this case, Trump cannot afford to lose, because that therefore means his trials will go on, aka Fannie Lewis got reelected.
He gets sentenced in 2 weeks.
Yeah, but the sentencing will have no value if he wins, because even if he's sentenced to, like, let's say 3 months in jail time, he goes in and out, and truly American politicians, starting with Republicans, are scared of his MAGA base. Literally, Trump has instituted a lawlessness as a norm, starting with his own behavior and extended to the fear. It's kind of like, I have to make the parallel with the Nazi and Hitler, the brown shirt, where basically they become, like a fear element within the politics of the state. Yeah. The other thing I would have to say is, although I think, I don't know what it's looking like now, but I think Kamala Harris can win Michigan. But even if she wins it, let us not forget that American demographics are changing, aka it is projected in 2024. I can't remember if it's 2030 or
2030.
2030, 2040. Not only is it projected by 2035, 2040 that whites will no longer be the majority, but there's another ethnographic that's changing. It's Arab, let's say Muslim population will surpass the Jewish population. And this will have an impact on Democrats in regards to the foreign policy, notably in regards to military aid to Israel. These are factors to take. Whatever happens today, I look at this election as the setting up of elections to come, likely for the rest of this century.
Wow.
No, absolutely. But with regard to that, this is the interesting thing. People continue to vote against their own best interests. So I was looking at something where they were saying, they're in Michigan, they're torn because of the whole Palestinian conflict thing. But I'm also looking at, and that's a real concern. But are you also looking at the fact that this person that you're torn over voting for would also deport you back to Lebanon, to Syria, to you are not, in his eyes, you are not You don't belong here. So
You're not American because you're
not American, and you will never be American in it. So you're getting on the high horse and uniting for the wrong cause, if you ask me, because the whole thing is, even if this is something that is part of your platform, at least Vice President Harris can be talked to and reasoned with. He cannot.
No.
And he doesn't give a damn about you because he doesn't see you as American.
Like you said, he told Putin he could blow him off the map.
Exactly. He's talking about you. But again, people don't see it as real until it comes to the front door. And what's going to happen is it will come to the front door like, oh, he said, shut it up. That's exactly what I'm going to say. Shut it up right there. Shut it up.
I know Arabs will support Trump, and I'm like, it's kind of mind baffling because you think people being educated and should pay more attention, but it's that rule about politics. It's more emotional than rational. Let's face it, 2016, white women voting for Trump despite the Access Hollywood tape, which normally would have been enough to end the career of most politicians, and yet the huge number of white women were still voting for the man. So it really speaks to us to, like I was saying, imagine if I'm a Pan-Africanist trying to explain to you that I'm voting for David Duke.
Mm-hmm.
For me, that's the way that I look at it.
Absolutely. I think we also have to realize that the oppressor always has collaborators amongst the oppressed.
Well said. Well said.
All right. So on that note, I think we will close it down. Samantha says, I'm heading to bed. I got to rest up. So glad I got to tune in this evening. Everyone have a good night. Go Harris. Jen says Kamala won Maine. And now she says 45 has won North Carolina. Yes, I see that.
Who called that for him?
I see that on AP. That he's won North Carolina. So it's not looking good for Ms. Harris.
But North Carolina wasn't a swing state.
True.
It was a hopeful, but it wasn't a swing state.
Yeah, that was.
But that just makes the even more. Those 4 states: Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. She's leading it. She is leading in Michigan, but in Pennsylvania, I think she's ahead in Wisconsin and Minnesota. It's because I'm just taking a look right now in Pennsylvania. He's ahead 51.1% versus Ms. Harris 47.9%. And how much of the vote has been counted? 76% of the votes counted. So it's getting, and the majority of the state has gone red, except for Philadelphia. Basically, Philadelphia, Harrisburg, and
you're not going to get that count tonight.
All right.
You're not going to get Philadelphia tonight. But the one thing you can say about between her and Biden is that she basically got what Biden got in North Carolina.
All right. So for those who are left, Aisha, thank you so much. Dr. Tachi, thank you so much. Cesar, thank you so much. Who knows? We may have to come back on before the end of the week and give some synopsis. Yeah. Or
good idea.
Or either that, or see how many of you are available on Saturday to join Aisha and LaLa for Primetime Saturday.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
So let's just put it out there. We're gonna get those who can make it. I know Aisha and LaLa are always there, anyways. But if you're available Saturday evening at 7 p.m., we'll do, if it's finally settled, a post-mortem.
Yeah.
All right. So
thank you.
Night all.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Let me just do it here. Thank you, Cesar. There we go. All right, family. So that is like almost 4.5 hours of us sharing. Thank you. If you caught some of it or even most of it live, it's appreciated, not taken for granted. Just to end off, as always, subscribe to the Dr. Vibe Show on YouTube and hit the notification button. Like the Dr. Vibe Show on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. to advertise your business, product, or service on any of the platforms I'm a part of, email me, dr.vibe at the drvibeshow.com. And if you want to contact me, website, the drvibeshow.com, YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn, the drvibeshow, Instagram at the drvibeshow, X/Twitter or X at drvibeshow, and email dr.vibe at the drvibeshow.com. I think, what else do we want to put up here? I just want to do one other thing. Let me see if I can pull it up. That you can watch replays of the Dr. Vibe Show at the Dr. Vibe Show YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn, and the Dr. Vibe Show website, the drvibeshow.com. All right, so keep a watch. Actually, it's one AP is now showing 230 for 45 and 187 for Harris. But again, those 4 states are going to make or break Miss Harris's presidential campaign: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. And I see here's a comment. Kasu says, thank you, appreciate it. Thank you. So I would say follow me, but it looks like on Saturday we'll have most of the people that you saw tonight giving, maybe everything will be decided. Pardon me, I'm tired, by Saturday. So what I'll do is, before we leave, I'll just give you a rundown of what CNN is saying going on in the swing state. So just give me a second. Oh, so here's a report from CNN. Manu Raja, Speaker Mike Johnson, and House Majority Leader Steve Scalise are headed to Mar-a-Lago to be live with 45. House Whip Tom Emmer is already there. They want to celebrate a victory. Let me just see. Okay. So it looks like the Republicans are getting ready to celebrate a victory. Now the question will be, will they also take the House and the Senate? But it looks like the Republicans are looking like they have got this in the bag tonight. So I just want to see if I can just read you what's going on in the swing states right now. Yeah, it looks like, okay. So here's up to date AK CNN. So Arizona has 45 ahead, 49.49 with 51% of the vote counted, 49.6 versus 49.5, 51% of the vote counted. They have, Arizona has 11 electoral seats. Georgia, 45 is ahead, 50.9% versus 48.2% for Ms. Harris. And 91% of the votes are counted. So it looks like Georgia's going to go for 45. Let's see if we got anything else I can tell you. So Georgia, Michigan, Ms. Harris is ahead 49.8% to 40. Now it's actually 49.7% versus 48.5%, and that is with 35% of the votes counted. Pennsylvania, 45 is ahead, 50.6% versus 47.9% with 87%. No, that's North Carolina with 87% of the votes counted. Pennsylvania, the big one, 45 is ahead, 51.1% versus Kamala Harris, 47.8%, 77% of the vote counted. So I believe in the next few days that 45 will be 47. So as always, we ended off with this. Live your life as a dream. If you can dream it, you can make it. Sometimes you have to get smaller, get stronger. Block assumptions and aim bigger, aim better, aim higher and wider. Love, faith, and respect. And remember, don't just manage your time, manage your energy. And remember to give yourself grace. God bless. Peace to you all. Keep the faith. And thanks for hanging in. It was a great conversation. Be well and keep the faith.